Hello everyone and welcome to the 2026 La Sportiva Vic State Youth League Titles. An absolute mouthful there. It's a really busy room right now here at Cliffhanger, one of the tallest climbing gyms in Australia. Very exciting business. I'm just going to start off by pretty much giving you the rundown of what's been happening this weekend, and then we'll be channeling into some more live commentary of the climbing. And then go from there. So first of all, just important to acknowledge that these events do not run without our sponsors. So I'm going to do a quick shout out for the sponsors. Before I do that, I'll just acknowledge, just a quick acknowledgement of country as well, that we are operating on Indigenous lands, and it's important that we pay our respects to running our own events and our own sort of systems and having our own ideas about how we want to practice on land. So I pay my respect to elders past, present, and emerging. And here we go. So our event sponsors, and this is in their order as well. Obviously, the title of this event is the La Sportiva Vic State Youth League Titles. They're our platinum sponsor, and we go down the list through to Bogong, to Stacks Climbing, to Happy Beaner, Climbing Anchors, Tension Grips, and Climbing Gems. For our media sponsors, we have Bird Dog, Atomos, and Netgear. So a little bit of info about how we're running the media this year. The team is very strong. They've been putting their hand up to do these events over and over again, trying to legitimize the sport and give you people at home a chance to understand what's going on at these events without having to actually be here. So it's not possible without these media sponsors. We have some wall-mounted Bird Dog PTZ cameras, which are giving us great angles with intuitive controls. So what I mean by that is we have literally an operator in front of a computer who is able to move the camera angles around. You can see on your screen, bottom left, there's one of the people who are managing this, and they are aware of the fact that their awesome gear is allowing us to pan up the wall right now and take a look at this gorgeous red route that the climbers are going to be jumping on in just a moment. The cameras on the ground use Atomos monitors to ensure perfect in-focus picture and quality. All of our broadcast is backboned by a Netgear switch, engineered specifically for AV productions. We really appreciate these great brands supporting our events, and we hope that we can make things bigger and better in years to come. I just want to talk about some of the key people part of this event as well. Part of the broadcast team, we've got the director, Ben, AV producer, Josh, and then the broadcast producer, Jimmy. These three have been working tirelessly to make this possible to deliver online, so huge shout out to them. Super stoked to be part of a cool little team today. Maybe it's a good time to introduce myself. My name is Trenton Johnson-Boe. I'm a climber, I'm a coach, I'm a route setter, I'm a bit of like an advocate or what would you call me? I'm certainly not an ambassador in any form, but I'm just an advocate for the sport, trying to build it up as best I can in my capacity. So thank you for being here today. In a moment, I will introduce, I'll actually introduce you right now. I'm here with young Mika. Mika, how are you feeling today, mate? How are you going?
I'm feeling very stoked for the finals. It looks very, very interesting climbs. I'm really happy to be joined by you.
Yeah, happy to be here, I'm sure, right? Do you want to tell us a bit about how yesterday went? So this event has been happening over Saturday and Sunday. So obviously we had the under-11s and the under-13s event yesterday. Tell us about the format. What was the format that you competed in, Mika?
I competed in 4 top rope climbs where there are no finals. All the scores are just joined together.
How do you feel about that format? So obviously you're becoming quite an experienced climber in yourself. You're really looking forward to moving up the age categories and having a chance to compete in a finals format or even a semi-finals format. Not that we have that here. But what would you say to people who, if they could help change the sort of sport of climbing in future years, is finals something that we should have for the under-11s and 13s?
In my opinion, I really enjoyed how finals was an opportunity that we could have. And I think it really preps us up for under-15s where we do have finals. And I think it's a good idea for people who are new to climbing to have 4 climbs for their have more opportunity to have fun and get more into climbing. But also for the more experienced climbers, I think that finals is very beneficial as it trains you up.
I think that's a great shout, Mika. So what Mika's speaking to is this idea that obviously we want to have as many people participating and feeling comfortable at these events, but those who are sort of keen to take climbing seriously and kind of push this next level, that it is important to have finals. So I believe you had 4 running videos. Did you have 4 running videos for your routes, or was it all on site?
No, we had 4 running videos where we got time to like discuss our beta with our families and then later with the competitors. And we got to see other, like, the setters climb the routes to show us how they like climb it and how the beta could be.
Yeah, nice one, Mika. We're going to transition to talking about what's on screen right now. So we have our athletes coming out to the stage. Bear with us with a little bit of this confusion about how things work in terms of what's going to be on your screen. So from the get-go, I'm just going to let you know that it's going to be the under 15 males first, and then it's going to be the under 19 females competing first. So this section of the climbing competition is called the viewing period. So over to the far right and over to the left just here, you can see the under 19 females taking a look at the route, trying to soak it all in. After they have this viewing period, they'll actually be going back into isolation. So Mika, could you tell us what could be going through everyone's head right now, and what do you think it would be like for the athletes being out on the stage right now in this viewing period?
I think for some of the climbers, they'll be a little bit nervous, like maybe it's their first finals, but for others, they'll be like trying to like get their beta dialed and trying to see if they can like figure out the climb, so then they'll be ready for when they perform.
Yeah, that's a great shout. And I feel like there's a significant difference between the viewing period for boulder events and lead climbing events. In my opinion, one of the main differences is that lead climbing is generally more of a flowy kind of sequency style of climbing. You might have some key crux areas that are important to identify, whereas in a bouldering viewing period, it's more likely that you're trying to actually figure out the coordination move. What is the very specific way that I need to do things? So there's more at play here. So, I mean, if you're in this situation, Mika, what's going through your head? What are you going to try and focus on when you're reading the route? I'm
going to try and make sure I know each bit of the route, including I can identify the crux, and I like understand where I need to be more or less focused, and I like try and connect with all the other climbers to see how they try and do it, because climbing is a very like cooperative sport, in my opinion. I think it's really useful.
Yeah, I think you're pointing to a great characteristic of the sport, which I'll ask you another question about. So, as you say, it's a very cooperative sport, and I think this is something that people are becoming more attracted to. And when I say people, I mean youth climbers, and I mean sort of open climbers as well. Why do you think that is? Why are climbers like this? Is it because the nature of maybe outdoor climbing is this way? I mean, maybe that's the case for you, but what about new people who come to climbing? Why is it so easy to feel included in this space?
Because it's kind of like a new sport, and lots of people are trying it right now, and I think that like everyone wants to try and get better. It's just fun, and to get better, you ask other people, and they like help you.
I like that. That's a great answer, Mika. So as you can see on the screen right now, on the right, on the blue route, we will have the under 15 boys. So they'll actually be climbing, I believe, on top rope for their finals. This is actually also a qualifying event to go to Youth Nationals this year. So not only are these kids competing for maybe to get to that first place or get on a podium or simply to experience their first finals. If you are in sort of the top caliber of the athletes, you will be likely granted a position on the Vic team to go compete at Youth Nationals later this year. And again, just to reiterate, on the left, we have the under 19 female climbers. We've got some beautiful flat hold grips in the middle of the wall here. Kind of a cruxy, kind of vert climbing section or slightly overhanging, which is leading into a bit more of an intense climb. So it's the same for both of these routes, Mika. How do you feel about the pacing in which you'll need to execute on these routes? So let's imagine you're one of the under 19 female climbers. You kind of really want to push that head wall and keep fighting, but transitioning from the lower section to the mid section, how can they go about pacing themselves well? And is it important to move quickly or slowly? What are your thoughts on that?
If there are worse holds that you might get more pumped on, I suggest you go for like faster, so then you spend less time on them. But if there's like a massive jugs or like easy holds, then it's like it's easier to rest on them, and then you get more of your energy back. And probably the more overhung it is, you have to be careful, but still go like pretty fast, because then you don't get as pumped. But yeah.
I like that. And I think what's important there is like ensuring that the climbers are conscious of how good the feet that they have available, right? So much in my coaching approach is about like thinking about the lower body first and thinking about the foundation you create from ground up, or feet up, if you like. Yeah, I mean, it's super exciting. Even watching this section, you kind of feel for the athletes in terms of their nerves and the excitement that they might be feeling. I wonder if you can comment on the energy of yesterday. What was it like, and what was the kind of vibe of the space for your under 13 round that you had on Saturday?
I think it was like like the setters really connected with some of the climbers, and like we had a really hard climb. I heard it was 26 plus or something, and it was a very, very interesting route. Lots of people liked it, and the start was pretty good for like newish climbers, and like but the top was like really, really fun, and I think everyone had a great time, and we were just vibing out.
Very cool, mate. Yeah, so another shout out, obviously, that goes towards the route setters here who have put their heart and soul into well, I'm pretty sure they had 4 days of setting this week, and it's so different to bouldering, where you can get so much more done in a day, whereas obviously for lead climbing, setting these routes, everything is a little bit more complex and time consuming to get right. So huge shout out to the route setters who are putting the time, soul and energy into making this an awesome event for these kids. What are your thoughts on route setting and your desire to route set? Obviously, we have this kind of joke in our training space that you'd all love to be route setters and be able to set boulders one day. But I mean, would you have a preference for setting boulders or setting routes? What are your thoughts on that?
I really want to be a route setter. It's like one of my hobbies. I think it'll be really interesting, and like I just like love. Like I'd really enjoy having that experience to have like people try your art, let's say, and I think I do both, but I'd mostly enjoy lead because it's more like flowy, and some bits you like it's just more for people to try. So like you'll see more people try it.
Nice response, Mika. I think you'll make a really good route setter one day. Hopefully it's something that you can do alongside uni if you decide to go to uni or anything like that. Yeah, so our athletes have jumped to the isolation area. What you can see on the screen now is some of our sponsors for the event. So from the left, we've got Climbing Gems, we've got Happy Beaner in the middle, and then we've got Tension Grips on the right. Looked like Tension Grips were running a really cool little activity at their stall yesterday. Do you know what was going on there, Mika? Do you want to talk about that?
So there were 2 activities. The first one was how hard you can pinch, and they had like a block to see how many kilos that you could pull, and the other was like what they're doing right now. What they're doing right now, they're doing that challenge and seeing how hard she can pinch. But there was also another challenge where I, myself and my friend Albie, who also is coached by Trent, we were challenged with the task of persuading 3 people to buy a grip in exchange for us getting a free grip. And it worked out for both of us. And I'm really excited.
So you got yourself a free tension grip product from doing that. So you're kind of in a sales position right now, mate. What's funny is on your screen right now, this is Charmaine, and Charmaine's jumping on the live stream later as one of the commentators. She's clearly been roped into squeezing her absolute hardest on this test right now. I really hope Charmaine warmed up for this, because it's not the type of thing you want to tell someone that you got injured on. It's a little bit embarrassing, you know. You just jumped in there, didn't warm up properly. So speaking of warming up and isolation and things like that, do you want to tell the viewers about isolation, Mika, and like what that is? It sounds like a really scary thing. Just really quickly for the viewers.
isolations where like it's where all the people like who are competing, they stay there so they can't see other people climb. And basically, it might seem scary to some people, but it's not too bad as long as you vibe out. You chill. It's really fun.
Nice, Mika. All right, now to the climbing. On the wall, we've got Lachlan Tucker, bib number 218. Lachlan is a Tassie-based climber. So obviously we have a event podium, and then we'll have a Victorian podium as well. Looking pretty cruisy at this point in time. Obviously, Lachlan has the convenience of not having to think about clipping and can kind of just pull hard. However, like we said before, Mika, you want to find that balance between ensuring that you're saving energy, conserving energy for the head wall, and just kind of flowing through the movement, right?
Yeah, I think it's really beneficial to know your beta and flow through really quickly, because then you're less tired and you feel better and get through the moves quicker. And if you stuff around a bit too much, you might get a bit more tired, and I think it's really beneficial to know your beta immediately.
Nice. We get a bit of a what's to come view here. You can see that Lachlan's going to have to head out to the left and transition those feet over to the left and work through these volumes. Looks like a nice little sequence under here, and coming onto these undercling moves once he's through these, I believe they're flat hold as well, these nice blue kind of bars on the left. Making a quick bump off the left hand there. He's going to have to, I think, get a foot swap through here or just step high onto the volume. Not looking as flowy as you'd probably hope towards the start of this route. It looks like Lockie is climbing in his arms quite a bit. You can see his, obviously he's on an undercling, but he's quite cramped in his position. So it'd be nice to see him really stepping through the feet. And there you go. He falls off. He doesn't quite make it through that right hand there. What are your thoughts, Mika, on Lockie needing to sort of climb through his feet a little bit more there?
I think it if you climb through your feet and have lots of good technique, then it conserves your energy more, and it's more efficient to climb.
Definitely. So on the left, just on the middle of your screen right now, we have Oriel, a Victorian climber, just making it to this sloping left hand for the clip, looking really composed and getting that knee over the toe, finding some stability. Looks like there's a bit of a crimpy section here, moving up to the macros. The jibbed macro just at the top middle part of your screen right now. So here, obviously, Oriel is going to really want to think about the clipping positions and making sure that where you don't have access to a comfortable position, that you can clip efficiently and keep moving through. Looks like Oriel is using the foothold there and crimping hard now, getting the high left foot. Again, looking pretty... Looking very much in the arms right now and kind of crimping hard on this little jibbed hold. This does look like a complex little bit of play here. Again, really important to keep moving those feet up and give yourself stability to move through. This genuinely looks like quite a cruxy section, quite low. There's a lot of foot options, however, so I feel like you're going to have to come out right to this macro with the jib, get the left hand over, and then kind of come in close with the right hand. So we're just creeping up with the right hand now. Chest close to the wall, getting those feet high, starting to shake a little bit in the arms. It's looking quite intense, but that next crimp or that next finger jug looks like it's going to be a lot of relief, and that's kind of the first cruxy section right now. What do you reckon, Mika? Probably a good spot to take a rest and get those feet up?
Yeah, the next section looks really crimpy and might take a bit of energy, but when you have the time to rest, take it. It's really beneficial.
Yeah, definitely. When you look at that next clipping position, where do you think you're positioned? How do you need to get your hips in the right position to clip the next draw? Yeah, what's your body position, Mika?
I think you're gonna have the undercling on the higher volume and have your feet on the lower volume. Or maybe it's just because I'm really short, but it looks a bit cramped.
Yeah, I like how you're envisioning yourself on this route and ensuring that you would think about how you would do it. Obviously, we got Oriel snatching at the foothold there, getting a desperate clip in there and coming back. The elbows are flaring a little bit. It's quite nice to see a bit of fighting already, to be honest. It's kind of the essence of lead climbing, right? Is this pumpy, brutal climbing style. I think you would fare quite well on this route, mate. What do you reckon?
I really enjoy crimps, and like from all my peers, I think they say that I've got quite a bit of endurance, but it looks really, really fun, and I'm getting a bit more dynamic with my climbing, and this section that's coming up looks like it's going to be like that.
Yeah, I think it's really important that your general leg strength and leg power is good. A bit of a pouncy move here.
Yes.
And finding some relief. We can hear the crowd getting super psyched about this. This might be a little bit of a tricky clip. You've just been crimping all this time and crunching the hands in, and then you get on this open hand left hold. So this could be quite a tricky clipping position, especially where you want to drop really low into your hips and then just get in that clip. So here Oriel goes and just falling off and taking a big whip. Very good. Up next for the boys, we should have, who's on there, Mika?
We have Gail Gurian Pinido.
That's pretty good pronouncing. I'm pretty sure I'd be happy with that. And then we've got Amelia Hanks coming up on the next under-19 female route. We'll take a little break here and we'll just let the climbing roll for a little bit, and we'll be back in just a moment. All right. As I said before, we've got Gail up on the under-15 route. Gail's a psyched young climber. He's on the state team. And then we've got Amelia Hanks on the left. Hopefully we can get a bit of a drawn-out view of these routes. These climbers are getting up quite quickly, looking like there's a good speed or good pacing coming from Gail. Hopefully he can keep that confidence going through this crux section. Mika, what do you reckon?
Yeah, I think Gail's like looking very flowy. He like knows his beta. I think he read it really well. He's going very quickly, and he's being very controlled, which is also good. Like being fast but not controlled may cost you some energy, but he's doing it awesome.
He's looking great. Great cut on there from the camera to see Gail getting up to this high section. We are having to keep up with Gail. He's moving super swiftly through the route. He was perhaps a little bit lower in the rankings coming into finals. I was having a chat with his parents before, and there was an issue with him just accidentally dabbing on one of the holds close to his route, which cost him some points. However, he's looking really strong. So here's the cruxy sections that Lockie couldn't get into before. Just sort of side pulling, getting some high feet now, and then needing to rock over this knee and stay nice and low in your hips. That next hold, the bigger hold above Gail's head, is certainly quite a flat profile hold. You want to sink low underneath it and then pull hard through those feet. A nice little right heel as well from Gail. He's looking super strong here. He could be getting all the way to the top. Got to hold it together. Got to squeeze hard. Squeeze, squeeze.
It's very close to the top. This might be a close one. Oh.
And he just missed it. He was locked in there. Really great climbing from Gail. Like you said, he paced well from the start. It suited him well moving into that midsection, but then just couldn't get the jump. How does it make you feel seeing him fall off on the top move? And what's going to happen for our other athletes coming out later? It could be, I don't know, potentially a bit of an easy route.
Just looking at his pace, it like made the route feel a little bit like short, but I'm not sure. Could have been a little bit undercooked. I'm not sure.
We'll see how we go. So we've got Amelia getting to a new high point. Oh, and just missing the crimp there. So she got that draw and moved through. Couldn't quite get the crimp there. It's one of those moments where you don't quite have the grip strength in that moment to really stabilize yourself and get to that crimp. It was a blocked crimp in that position. So, yeah, the female route is looking quite exciting. Everyone's sort of sitting around the same area. Looking forward to the next athletes coming out. Who have we got next, Mika? I think you know this gentleman who will be coming out next for the boys.
Mark Lubanov. He's my one of my best climbing friends. I've been training with him for like a few years. He's like really good friend.
Yeah, Mark's a great kid, trying really hard always. I can see Mark topping this route. He's really good at this kind of extended positioning climbing, really good on just kind of crimping really hard. He's super strong in his upper body, so I think it'll be important for Mark to just not make too many mistakes and get in his head and just ensure that he flows through the climbing right now. So you can see Mark in the yellow shirt, just getting ready to try. How are you feeling for Mark right now, Mika?
I really want him to do well. Like, I had a chat with him in ISO, and he said he was really confident, and I'm really excited for him. I think he's going to have a good chance in this competition.
Very cool. Like we said at the start of this commentary as well, the athletes are fighting for their spot to qualify at Nationals coming up later this year. So not only is it about trying to do your best in this event, but it's also about you trying to put your best foot forward to be selected for the Vic team. So Mark looking pretty confident right now. He's looking really relaxed. Similar to Gail, maybe the pacing's a little bit slower to Gail. However, moving with a lot of confidence, which is really good, and coming into this first sort of tricky section.
He's looking very composed, very flowy. I think he'll do very good through the crocs. And he really likes the lay-backing type of climbing and the lots of like bumping and all that.
Yeah, I think Mark's strength is just his crimping power, so it's looking like this route could really suit him. Again, just needing to keep it together. We've got Charlotte McIntosh on the under-19s female route right now. Just needing to find that jib and trust these feet and hike them up and find that relief through this cruxy section. Nice high left foot here, being anchored into that sort of circular-looking hold and getting ready to transition through this cruxy section. You can see Mark just situated quite a bit above in the undercuts now on the volume and needing to slap out to the right and just stay confident and keep moving.
Looking a little bit shaky, but
a little bit. Hey, I think he's probably getting excited. He's close. He knows he's close. He just needs to commit. Again, like we've said, he's quite a strong climber, so I think it's just a little bit of apprehension from him, but getting very close right now.
Yeah.
What do you reckon, Mika? Is he going to get to the top?
Yeah. Looks like a jug.
Here Mark goes for the jump.
And he gets it.
Bang, easy.
Great
effort from Mark there. Looking super strong. Maybe the route right now is a little bit undercooked, like you were saying, Mika. However, obviously it will go back to their qualification results to decide the rankings for the finish. And if there's anything that's even in that sense and we can't differentiate the scores from people, I believe it will go to a super final later on in the event. So we'll see how we go.
Yeah, I really hope it is a super final, as like the past qualification is, I think, in my opinion, like not the best way to like divvy up the scores. I think super final is definitely the right way to do it.
I think so, especially when on the day everyone's pushing hard to do their best on the day in the energy of the room. It makes sense to put the athletes back on the wall and make them fight for their spot. It doesn't feel like the right way to go about doing that, because you want to see the athletes push. You want to see them being challenged. So we'll see how we go. We've got Charlotte just fighting away at this left side pull right now. Oh, big whipper coming off the wall there. The crowd let out a bit of a sigh of relief as they came off safely from the wall. You really can't go fast through that crimp. it's a problem. So I think potentially you could be coming in and matching that bigger hold and then getting your body in more of a sideways position, maybe a potential drop knee on the right and getting up to that next crimp. But we'll see how we go. Just checking her arm there on the way down. It just looked like she scraped it on the wall as she took her fall. She appears to be okay. Mika, what's your sort of feelings on taking big whips and how you deal with that mentally and go forward in sort of progressing yourself as a climber?
I think to many people it might be very scary. It might cause them to be a little bit more careful with climbing. But to me, if you take a whip and you're fine after it, you know that you can take more of them.
Yeah, great. How do you feel like for you as an outdoor climber that really helps your climbing? What's the sort of connection between doing indoor sport climbing, but then also being a part of a family who's really psyched about outdoor climbing as well?
I think it's a really good contrast between indoor climbing where everything's all very close together, but all the clips, but outdoors where you get a bit more nervous because there are big runouts. But I think it really trains you mentally and makes you kind of not be scared.
Yeah, I like it. And look, in the end, it's certainly just an exposure thing, right? Needing to put yourself in situations of uncomfortable nature. It is kind of this way of life, right? If you want to improve at something, you've got to put yourself in those situations to learn from them and adapt to them. We've got Leo Travellini.
Travulian.
Travuli. All right, I'll trust you, Mika. And apologies in advance from some mispronunciations. We haven't had the chance to get round to all the athletes and confirm the pronunciation of their names. We've got our second interstate athlete in Leo right now. He's from ACT. He's got amazing parents. They're always bringing him to Victoria. I feel like I see him at every boulder event. I see him at every rope event. So super lucky kid. We've got Karen right here in front of us, bib number 166. And hopefully we'll get a bit of a look at the boys' route as well and see how Leo goes. Maybe a little bit of a height advantage for Karen right now. Karen looks maybe 5 to 10 centimeters taller than some of the other girls that they've come on before. I think it can help really well in this route. Not to say, nice little left drop knee there actually in that circular sort of hold, and then making light work of this cruxy section and just needing to keep hiking the feet over. Looking confident with her clipping as well. She knew all the positions that she needed to be in. And now we've got Leo on the screen, confidently moving through the sort of first little cruxy section. A little bit of indecision from him there. Again, just needing to find the feet and find that confidence up through this midsection. A great camera view from the media team here. It's really cool to see two climbers, not that they're going head to head against each other, but it's great and energetic for the crowd to see two climbers not battling it out, but sort of being in the energy of the space and having to turn it on and compete in front of a little crowd. It's pretty cool. We've had Mark confidently come over to the commentary booth right now and say that he topped the route. He's imagine feeling pretty good about it. He was looking pretty confident, so we'll see how he goes. I could hear Mark murmuring in the background, it's going to come down to qualifiers. It's going to come down to qualifiers. So maybe he's selling himself short there. Maybe this route is much harder than we think, but I'm not sure. Leo's looking a little bit apprehensive, a little bit nervous perhaps in his movement, but getting up to this crimpy section that is all about your footwork, all about good positioning on the feet and getting your hips close to the wall.
Yeah, from what I know, Leo's a very, very technical climber. I think he'll do really great in that section.
Hopefully we can get back to the boys' route. Here we are at the top, getting very close to this committing jump move. As you said before, Mika, though, it is a mega jug. If you can just really pounce through the feet and get your hips underneath the hold, you're going to the top. Elbows flaring a little bit, looking a little bit apprehensive, and he jumps, and he doesn't quite get the top. Leo just missing the top there. This is really exciting. This route could really come down to doing the top move, which is super exciting. I think Leo will be a little bit annoyed at himself. He had a few moments of apprehension there up the route and just couldn't quite execute on the top.
Yeah, I think at that point of the route, lots of the climbers are very tired, and the sheer willpower to go over, and they might not have very good visibility of the hold, or from the bottom might not see that it's a jug. Might be just really scary, but I think Mark did it, executed it really, really well, and I think many other climbers will to come.
I agree, Mika. I think what you point to is a really interesting part of the setting process for the setting team, where you're wanting to sort of create a feeling through the route, right? I think that little jump at the end is super exciting. I love those sorts of styles of movement. Not that I get to experience much of that as a route setter myself, because I route set as a bouldering route setter. But it's very fun to make the athlete jump, to make the athlete question themselves and see who really, really wants it. We've got Mr. Liam Seat coming out to the floor right now. Younger brother Eden Seat competed yesterday, who did really well. I believe Eden placed second to you, Mika. Second in Victoria. Did really well. A great up-and-coming lead athlete. So Liam certainly has a bit of a height advantage here, but this route doesn't strike me as the type of climbing style that favors a tall climber. I didn't really see Mark or Leo very outstretched, and they're quite tall. How do you feel about that, Mika? It's kind of a diverse style, isn't it?
Yeah, I think it really suits shorter climbers too, as I think it's more about being technical and powerful rather than how tall you are. But I think it's really, really well set climb.
Yeah, it looks good. It looks super fun. On the screen right now, we have Unwin Fenner, who is our first interstate athlete coming out for the under-19 female round. Looking cool, calm, and collected through the start of this climb. And as I said before, Liam Seat will be coming out for the boys and having his thrash at the blue route. Unwin's looking very, very calm. Again, maybe a bit of a height advantage here. She looks maybe a little bit taller than the other girls. I think it's important to not get in the mentality all the time that height is an advantage, because that's certainly not the case on other types of routes or other types of boulders in the sport of climbing. But I just think for this, in particular, this section here, this clipping here can become really comfy if you can reach the really low foot and you don't have to be super stretched out on the toe and have your kind of back and shoulders having to strain to keep you in the wall. We've got Liam commencing his attempt on the blue route, looking pretty comfortable. Again, quite a strong climber in the upper body. It'll be an interesting test for him to really focus on the feet here and ensure that he's placing his feet with good intention and ensuring that his foot swapping is efficient and just moving with a bit of confidence, Liam really does look a lot taller than the other boys. He could just about reach that left hold from the lower right foot, whereas some of the other boys had to actually cut the feet and jump out. Just calculating his way up the wall right now, he looks a little bit apprehensive. I wonder if he'll go to the undercut first or he'll jump out left. Yep, out left. Didn't quite do a clean foot swap there. He's opting for a lot of cross through as well. Not as much climbing front on, looking a little bit bunched up in this position. I think it may be a disadvantage to be a bit tall there, Mika. What do you reckon?
Yeah, I'm not sure. It was a very sudden slip. He recovered from it, but that section might be a little cramped, especially on crimps. I'm doing really well right now.
Liam could have a little bit of an advantage. Oh, we've got a high point on the female route as well. She's trying really hard. If she can get that foot up, she's going to find a lot of relief and be able to stand up in it. I don't know if right foot's the way. She's making it work, though. Stepping strong onto a mega platform underneath. And Liam's just fallen off on the right, not quite making it to the top. A great effort from him. Hopefully we'll get back to the female route now. Oh, and just falling down. That's our high point. Looking like a challenging top section. As we spoke about before, you have this slight overhanging lower section, a kind of more physical midsection, and then a bit of more the classic style that you see in the World Cups of needing to fight through a sort of vertical or slightly overhanging panel at the top of the wall. What's your favorite sort of sport climbing style, Mika? Are you wanting to be on sort of steep climbing? Are you more of the kind of like vert or slightly overhanging climber? What sort of suits you?
I really like cave climbing and like slightly overhung, like really like almost vertical but like slightly overhung crimps and like all of that. And I really like cave climbing with lots of knee bars and being upside down. I just really like that experience.
Something I notice in you in training is that you can always find a knee bar where I just have no expectation that you'll do it. There's been multiple occasions where I've set hard boulders for the group, and you'll find a knee bar and you'll say, Trent, that was a really cool knee bar you set. And I just smile and wave and I say, yep, I deliberately set it. But props to you, mate. Always finding those techie little positions to be in. I wonder if we'll see a knee bar today. What's the likelihood that we'll see a knee bar today, Mika?
Maybe not on these climbs. Maybe on the a bit of the scrunched up section of the undercling volume on the blue route, but I'm not sure. The other climbs look a bit longer, so they might have a bit more opportunity to have a knee bar. But these ones, from what we've seen currently, probably not.
And I think the problem with deliberately, as a route setter, deliberately putting in a knee bar is a little bit morpho. Obviously, those with longer legs need a longer position to be in to actually, stack themselves in that position. So it's not normally a move that you would set for a finals like this. It's more basic climbing. You're wanting to test the climbers' endurance and their power endurance and ensure that they can keep it together mentally. We've got Michelle Butler, bib number 132 on your screen right now. Regularly competing at events around Victoria. And then we've got Billy Smith, bib number 113. He'll be jumping on the boys' route as well. Finding a nice little spot to chalk up and move along. Finding the jib on that flat hold macro there and moving with a bit of fluency. That's certainly the way on the right-hand crimp and get the left clip. Finding the relief on that finger jug and transitioning the feet back the other way. A lot of twisty feet sequences on both of these routes, actually. I quite like it. I think the foot options, the amount of foot options there are, can actually be quite complex for the athlete, where they have to make the choice for what to use, how to execute. How do you feel about that, Mika? Does that add complexity in your mind if you were doing a route like this? If there's more foot options, is it something that you feel like actually just gives you more options to use and makes you climb easily?
I think if there are more options, you need to read more. But if it's like less foot options, you need to like execute exactly what the set is intended. And I feel like for the older categories and the like the higher rank, the less options there are, and the setters just want to see how strong you are and like how you find the actual beta they intended.
I like that. That's a great shout. We just saw Michelle go through that right hand crimp where she's just pulled her hand off with the drop knee. Like I said before, it seems like the optimal way to move through here. I think we're jumping to a jug here. We're moving up to the head wall now. This is really exciting. This is clearly our high point on the route. Just needing to find this techie little foot around the angle change and not quite making it work there. Probably needed to shift the hips a little bit further over the right foot there, let go of that left foot and move through. We should be jumping back to Billy in just a moment, who's getting to a relatively high point on this route for the boys. Looking a little bit pumped, can't get that foot on. Looking a little bit shaky. He finds a little toe scum on the right there, and he's so close to this jump. Billy loves this style. He's really jumpy and dynamic as a climber, so here we go. Elbows flaring, not sure which foot, needs to get the other crimp. He's super pumped. He gets the right crimp. Come on, dude. Oh, and he just doesn't get it. That's so exciting. I take back my comments on the easiness of the route right now. Billy qualified in 3rd place coming into the finals right now. Had a great fight and couldn't quite top it. To come with the boys, we've got Joshua and Ben, who are both so strong. Some young climbers from Vic who will be worthy of keeping an eye on in the coming years through the national circuit. Not the circuit, just the national comp, and just how they perform at the state comps as well. How are you feeling, Mika? Are we likely to see 2 tops from Joshua and Ben on this route?
Yeah, probably. In the qualifiers, they were the only 2 boys to top the very hard qualifier. The only one under 19 girl topped. It was Jamie. She's also coming out. She's next. But yeah, they were insanely strong. I heard it was like 27 or something. It was like insane.
It's interesting seeing the connection between being a really powerful boulderer and how that transitions to rope climbing. Something that I commonly convey to my squads in the way that I coach is that power is your avenue to better endurance. So if we can imagine our maximum power output giving us efficiency and better climbing economy, it's going to allow us to jump on a lead route and excel, because everything we're grabbing onto is just feeling so much easier than what it really would. So we've got Vasilina on the left here, and then on the right we've got Joshua, both looking quite relaxed. It'll be really interesting to see if Vasilina can put on the pressure for Jamie, imagining Jamie in isolation and feeling that pressure as the crowd roars if Vasilina can get to a new high point on this route. Joshua is looking like a tall, strong, well-composed climber right now. He's like a ballerina. He's just flowing through the movement, looking very, very comfortable and moving beautifully, I must say. Joshua is clearly excelling in his movement knowledge right now and his movement execution. The way he's holding the holds, half crimping beautifully, using the thumb, weighting the feet perfectly. I'd be very surprised if he didn't get to the top of this route.
He just skipped the complete side pull. That was just really unexpected, but I think it suits him really well.
I didn't notice that. So he skipped the left holds on the screen right now and then just straight to the undercling. Yeah, wow. Interesting. I wonder if height's playing into his ability to find that beta. Again, Joshua is clearly the tallest climber in this category right now and is making light work of this route. Again, being able to reach from this right heel, he's looking very strong. Let's see if Vasilina can find this right drop knee to get to this blocked crimp above. You need to set the left foot, bump that right leg up. Strong enough to find the clipping position, which is really promising. And Jocelyn just dangling on the scapula there and finding the top, looking super confident. It almost looked like he could have given that a climb down and then a climb back up, perhaps.
He's just so strong.
He is strong. Vasilina looking pretty dialed in right now. The elbows aren't quite flaring yet, so it's looking like we might find a new high point. We just have to transition here. Like I was saying before, we'll just move those scores for you. And we'll add some on the left as well. We're on the 24th hold. We're moving through strongly. Got to weight this right foot with confidence, get that knee over the toe, and just couldn't get that. What a shame. I really feel like her right foot was too extended, and so it didn't allow her hips to transition underneath the next hold. She was a little bit too far back. Just a little mistake in the feet. She doesn't even look that tired. She looks like she's maybe a little bit disappointed, like she could have given it a little bit more, but we'll see. So I don't think she will be awarded that hold that she was going for. Can you explain to the viewer why she wouldn't have been awarded the hold, Mika?
She didn't clearly control it, so like to get the hold, like in bouldering, if you want to get the zone, you have to show clear control or like some movement from the hold. But she got a plus from the previous hold as she showed clear movement towards the next hold, and she grabbed it, meaning that she would definitely get a plus.
Yeah, great shout, Mika. So that plus is always really important and can make the difference between, rankings against your competitors. And it's really important that you, like you say, Mika, you show that intent that you're lunging and you're pushing for that next hold. So a great effort from Vasilina there. I think it's really interesting how the panel change forces you onto that foot. It almost feels like a bit of a slab climb moving over that section. So it'll be really exciting to see Jamie come out and push hard to get to the top of this route. I think it's toppable for her. She's super strong. She's been looking strong into the back end of last year and at the start of this year. What are your thoughts, Mika?
Yeah, I think she'll have a really good opportunity to top this one. Her qualifier was actually on the exact same line. It was actually really interesting. The orange on there, she topped with almost like complete ease. It was like really, really good. I think she'll have a really good chance to top this one.
Yeah, I agree. I think that it's likely that we'll see Jamie with a lot of confidence climbing through this first part and finding a bit of a faster pace as she's moving through. And then likely the same from Ben, who probably has enough power to just move through this blue route with quite a lot of confidence. I think it's interesting to note that the first person to top the route was Mark Lubomov, who qualified in 6th place. Actually, 7th place, I believe. No, sorry, 6th place. And then Joshua was the second person to top it, and he qualified in 2nd place. So I'm pointing towards an absolutely awesome effort from Mark. It could be enough to actually put him on the podium. We'll see how we go with Ben here.
From my calculations, I think he is guaranteed 3rd.
That's true. Billy didn't quite get to the top, just missed out. We've had Joshua top the route, who obviously did very well in qualifications. And then we've got Ben coming through here as well. Jamie making light work of the start, likely using her height to her advantage, but not quite making it work. Taking a bit of a big swing there as she came out. Didn't quite read, moving in with the right hand. Interesting that she didn't choose to clip in that spot. It looks like she's in a bit of a tricky spot, but moving pretty confidently. And looking strong, looking a lot stronger than the other female athletes, and moving beautifully up the wall.
Yeah, very composed.
You can see Ben in the background as well, working on blue. Really cool angle of the boys' route there. It looks like these two are climbing at a really similar pace, which is exciting for us. Ben also opting for the undercling beta, going straight up and in. Certainly a little bit more crimpy, but making light work of this right now. Ben's looking not as confident as Joshua. Maybe he's feeling the pressure and knows that there's been 2 tops on the route. So it'd be really interesting to see if he can stay composed, stay grounded through his feet and get to the top. Ben is quite a dynamic, jumpy climber. I don't see him having many problems with the top of this route. So it'll be really cool to see how he goes once he gets there. Jamie trying to find a hole that's hidden on the top of this volume, wrapping around the arete. Well, not quite wrapping around, but on the left side of the arete. Making a big move out to the jug. Looking pretty strong. Let's see how she does this move. It's really important that you get your knee over the top of this right hold. Really try and push through with the hips and lean hard into the crimp. And she makes it. So that's the high point of the route. She opts to get to the next hold before clipping the next draw. And we just see a top from Ben in the background as well. Quite a cool view to see there too. So Jamie is at the current high point of the route, looking less confident on this position. Could be worth us getting to a different angle, maybe over to the right where we were before, to see if we can see the top of this route. There we go. You can see her crimping right hard. That is a tiny little crimp. She's fighting hard. She's got that right hand hold is bad. Oh my gosh. You could see that was going to be an absolute fight to get there. Super exciting first round. Mika, what are your reflections so far?
Yeah, I think it was an awesome effort from both, from all competitors. I think both routes were looked very interesting and some bits were very flowy, but I think the overall setting was awesome.
Totally agree. Super exciting. I feel like it's so cool to see those top athletes coming out at the end and really executing. It's like when you're watching the World Cups and you're seeing Yanya come out and just absolutely dominate right at the end there. Jamie looked really good. I think she'll be a tad disappointed that she didn't quite get to the top. I think even if you're, at the top of the leaderboard, it's really important that you're pushing yourself and trying to get to this next level that you need to be. And that's great preparation for her for youth nationals coming up later in the year. So it's seeming like Jamie is on top for the females. I believe it's Jamie, Vasilina, and then Michelle. I think the order is quite good, or potentially could be Unwin from ACT. We'll get the scores up for you in just a moment. We will take a little break, and then we will jump back soon. Just jumping back on really quickly to say a huge thank you to Mika for jumping in the commentary box and providing some really awesome commentary. You are wise beyond your years, my friend. Thanks for coming. Any thoughts, reflections from you?
I really enjoyed this experience. This is my first time commentating with Trent. It was really fun, but thank you so much.
No worries, buddy. See you at training soon. Hello, everyone. We are back, and we are looking at the viewing period right now. I am joined now by Campbell Harrison.
Hello,
Campbell,
hello.
how are you going?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. I've had a nice stint commentating before with little Mika, so we have a bit of an age difference now. Someone more experienced, someone more mature in yourself. Maybe, potentially. How are you feeling? What's the vibes? What's going on screen right now?
Yeah, vibes are good. Was excited to watch the last round, and I'm pretty keen for this one as well. I think everyone's having a little look at the routes. This will be the first time that they've gotten the chance to view them. So just they've got 6 minutes to try to get a general overview of the sequence, where all the footholds are, where they'll clip from. It's kind of a lot of information to piece together in a 6-minute period. So you kind of
be that there's more specifics to potentially talk about in a boulder event because the boulders can be more technical, more complex, more demanding in the sense of coordination, this kind of athletic style. Is there a difference that you've experienced? Could you comment on that in any way?
I mean, for sure. Like even just the format and process of viewing in boulder. In boulder, you have 4 boulders and 2 minutes per boulder, which can often feel like it goes quite fast. And yeah, lots of little things. You also have a much closer view of the boulder. You can see the holds more closely, and you have a much clearer idea of what the movement might look like. But you also have a little bit less to remember overall. And then for lead, quite a lot of moves to piece together. Clipping positions, resting positions. There's a lot of nuances there. So I guess, but you do have that bit of extra time. 6 minutes often feels like enough time to get a really good idea of the route. In essence, it's a very similar process. It's just those nuanced differences.
Very true. Very true. Well said. So, as you were saying before, in your last couple of comments, this is an on-site format. So they haven't had 4 running videos. This is the first time they're seeing the route. How was that different for qualifications? And can you give us some insight into the 4 running process as you actually helped out with some of the 4 running and you climbed some of the routes?
Yeah. So for yesterday's rounds, they do 2 climbs in what we call, as you said, a flash format. And that basically means that there's a video of the route setters climbing the climb so that the first athlete on the wall knows how to climb it, and then they're also allowed to watch each other. You have sometimes kind of a vague idea of not only how to do the climb, but what you have to do to get a good result. And then in this format, which is on-site, you're going in completely blind. You've never seen the climb before. The only information you have about your climb is the 6-minute viewing period that they're taking part in right now. And then, it's kind of all up to you. So you really see in qualifications, it's a bit more of a physical test. There's less kind of puzzle solving involved. The athletes already have the solutions. And in this instance, they really have to figure it out for themselves. And different climbers perform better or worse in different formats. I quite like the on-site format because I think my climbing knowledge is really sound. But some people are really, really good at memorizing sequences and memorizing those minute details, and so they really excel in the flash format. Different strokes for different folks, I guess. But it's really, again, a really unique aspect of the sport that they come out with such limited knowledge of the field of play.
Yep, I like it. Really well said, Campbell. I'm wondering if you're feeling any kind of nostalgia being in the space. You made a comment to me before as I was trying to direct you somewhere in the building, and you said, I've been climbing here for 10 years.
Oh, yeah, I've been coming here probably even longer than that. I mean, this gym has been completely stripped out and rebuilt since I started coming. Coming to these youth comps always makes me feel a little bit nostalgic. There's definitely some stark differences from when I was competing, but I'm always a little bit jealous of the kids still getting, even though I haven't been a youth climber in probably about 10 years now. But youth comps are so much fun, and so happy for them that they get to have these experiences.
What are those differences? Obviously, let's just speak for sort of Melbourne. There's this growing scene of climbing. Perhaps bouldering is kind of taking the spotlight in terms of competitions. But what do you see changing in terms of potentially the quality of the youth athletes, the open scene, the gym scene? What's going on from your perspective? Are we moving in a good way forward?
Yeah, I mean, the major difference that I experienced between when I was in youth and for these guys is our open and youth competitions used to be combined into one event. So it was quite often that I would climb, 2 youth qualies and a final in the morning, and then I would do like 2 open qualies and a final in the afternoon. So it was like twice as much climbing in a very, very short period of time. I think it's quite good that that the youth climbers now get to kind of focus in when they're at a youth competition. They just compete in youth, and when they're in the senior competition, it's just competing in seniors, because climbing 6 routes in one day, I don't think I really gave myself credit for it at the time, but it's really hard and really tiring. Beyond that, I mean, the comps are definitely similar. But yeah, especially in the bouldering competitions, the fields are getting really, really large now. There are so many people competing in boulder, and there's just been this huge explosion of gyms. There's so many different opportunities to climb and to get out there and experience new styles. So there's definitely like a diversity and movement that I'd say a lot of these kids have access to that I maybe didn't when I was a kid. But I mean, at the end of the day, like, climbing is climbing. I think the essence is still there. But yeah, it has definitely been cool to see how the sport has evolved over the years.
Very cool. Very well said again. So on the screen now, you can see the athletes heading back to isolation. What is this period of time feeling like for an athlete like yourself, Campbell, who's quite experienced in this realm? You've just read the route. You can have a whole bunch of mixed emotions about whether it's going to suit you, whether you're going to perform well. You're going into isolation. What's likely going through the heads of these athletes right now?
Yeah, I mean, they'll definitely still be like processing what they've seen over the 6 minutes. They'll probably still be chatting with their competitors about different parts of the sequence. They might even be kind of sharing their experiences between the different genders. Like, I'll often go back into isolation and ask the women, oh, what do your climbs look like? And we'll sort of share information just between the different routes, because you don't get much of a chance to see. And for me, it's like a really nice way to, I guess, break the tension. But yeah, isolation can feel like pretty long and sometimes a bit intimidating, not having any access to the outside world and not really having any technology. But it's a cool aspect to the sport, and I think it's really nice to come out and just like focus in on your own climb with no real idea of, whatever else might be happening in the competition.
So you're talking to this idea that there's this kind of like collaborative aspect to climbing that perhaps is quite unique for our sport. This is very known amongst climbers and people in the competition scene, perhaps less known for people who are somewhat new to climbing as a sport. At the World Cup level, like, is that collaboration still happening? Is the nature of the sport of what we're seeing at this kind of more local / state level still happening at those upper echelons?
Yeah, absolutely. At a World Cup level, you're definitely still seeing like that same level of collaboration. Everyone is still sharing information. I think the kind of ethos around it is that if you don't share with other people, people won't share with you, and it's just as likely that maybe you'll hold on to some information that you have that you think other people haven't seen, but they also might be holding on to information that you haven't seen, and it tends to be in everybody's best interests to just communicate what you're seeing in front of you, because it's more than likely that someone will spot something that you haven't, and it's kind of just the culture of the sport, I guess, that it can be sometimes a little bit cliquey, like nations will view together, share information with each other, but yeah, for the most part that collaboration is very much still there, and there's a real sense of camaraderie, at least in the viewing period.
Yeah, and I think this is something that I can imagine parents out there putting their children in sport, that this is something that's really important to them. So it kind of speaks to this idea of a healthy way forward for sport for kids who don't get to have the same experience as others in traditional sports. Obviously in Australia, we're a kind of football nation, and that has its own challenges in terms of running local events and things like that, and defining what a sort of culture is for them. But it really feels like there's this kind of consistency across the board about what climbing culture should feel like at these comp events, and I hope it's something that sort of continues for the next couple of years.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's such a nice aspect of the sport. I would hate to see it disappear, and I think people worry that as climbing professionalized, as we became a part of the Olympic Games, and there's sort of more money and more professionalism in climbing, there was the fear that aspect of it would disappear, but I haven't seen that yet. I think people are still sharing and caring and taking part together, and I think at the end of the day, it is you, as far as your attempt goes, it's you against the wall. and you can't really influence someone else's performance, so you just have to like do your best.
Love it. Really good comments. On the topic of the forerunning that you experienced, maybe we might not have time to talk about forerunning, actually. It looks like some of our athletes are entering the floor now. So first up, I believe we're going to have Heidi Young, who's an interstate competitor from ACT. And then for the boys, we'll have Ethan Chan from Queensland. So 2 interstate athletes on the stage coming out first. What does it feel like to be first out?
Being first out is spooky, I think. I find like when you don't really get as much time to sort of mull over the route in your head as the other athletes do. So you can't, but you also have the freshest memory of what you've seen. So sometimes I find being the first athlete out can feel a little bit rushed and a little bit pressured. But yeah, it's exciting. You know, the crowd is usually really hyped because it's the first that they've seen of the route. The route setters are probably super nervous, wondering how their route's going to stack up. But yeah, it's fun. And, you know, being the first person out does mean you also get to watch all of the other climbers, and that can be quite nice as well.
Very true. So under 15s on the orange route here, they are top roping. This is also a qualifier event for these athletes, so if you perform well enough, if you're a Victorian athlete that is, you have a chance to get on the Victorian team and head up to Youth Nationals later this year. You were talking before, Campbell, about potentially the importance of moving to a system where these under 15 climbers do have to lead climb at this kind of event. What are the sort of benefits of getting to put yourself in a lead climbing style rather than top rope style going forward into something like nationals?
Yeah, I mean, lead climbing definitely has its own rhythm to it. I think if you're used to lead climbing, top roping can almost feel quite jarring. I feel like I don't have that same rhythm when I top rope. But yeah, there are a bunch of skills that have to come into play in lead climbing, and the athletes will have to lead at nationals. So it's always been a debate as to whether what age should kids start lead climbing. And I don't know if I have the answers exactly, but hopefully behind the scenes they're putting in that work so that then when they get to nationals they feel comfortable clipping and, you know, climbing on the sharp end of a rope and taking falls, that sort of thing. Something interesting I noted, so these holds we've got here, the clear holds that you'll be able to see on your screen, are no text, so they have zero texture whatsoever. Think of it like a slide at a playground. It's really slippery. It's designed to make you slip off. And I noticed the first athlete on the screen, she went up, reached for the hold, noticed it was slippery, and her first instinct was to start chalking up. But the interesting thing about no-tex holds is that they're actually stickier when your hands are a little bit moist. And the worst thing you can do when pulling onto one of these is chalking up. You'll slip right off. So that shows me, or that tells me that maybe she hasn't spent a whole lot of time on this style of hold. It's very like new school. We've only really seen them in the last few years, I guess. So we'll see how the other athletes fare with that one. I know I find them really nervy and really scary.
They're certainly strange, and I think the route setters enjoy using no text holds, especially these clear ones, because you can put all sorts of things inside them if you want. Not at a serious competition like this, I wouldn't think, but I've been a part of events, specifically setting with Tonde, who decided to shove a whole bunch of funny things into the holds as just a bit of fun for the kids at a youth climbing event, which I think is really interesting. But this is certainly a trend that is pushing through the international circuits, and so it's interesting to see it kind of hit Australia for maybe the first time.
You know, I haven't seen too many of them in Australia. We've got our both of our athletes getting quite high up on the wall for our first climbers out. The climbers come out in reverse order of the qualification results, so theoretically the best climbers will climb last. So it's always interesting seeing the first climber come out and get quite high on the wall. But you never know as well. Sometimes the first climber will really surprise you, and it is interesting to see them get quite high first person out.
We just saw Ethan fall off this middle crux section, which one of the route setters told us is more of the sort of complex climbing style, difficult to figure out what your sequence is and find correct body positions. It'll be interesting to navigate where these high points are placed as we have other athletes coming out. But a pretty good first attempt from Ethan. He looked like quite an experienced rope climber, a lead climber to be specific. So it'd be interesting to see how we work our way down. We've got a big list to get through. We should have Blake coming up next, who's our first Vic athlete coming out, and then we'll have Sydney over on the left as our first Victorian athlete coming out to the stage. Your thoughts were, Campbell, looking at the orange route, was that it could be more difficult to lead climb this route as opposed to top roping. What are your thoughts in relation to this? It was mainly towards the head wall, closer to the top of the route, that you felt this. Is that because there wasn't as much sort of down pulling and the positions look kind of technical to be in? Or do you think it's just a pure physicality thing that it's difficult to clear?
I mean, I guess the thing with lead climbing is you have to be able to stop, let go with one hand, and have enough time to make that clip. The route is set, it's set very narrow. They're quite narrow body positions. You don't have a lot of opportunity to put a heap of weight into your feet. So finding those stable body positions that allow you to make the clip, I think, are going to be quite tricky on the orange when compared to the yellow. So as that fatigue the fatigue comes into it, they're not as able to produce as much force with their fingers. It's going to be quite difficult to offset that load into their lower body. So I think, we'll see this route looking significantly harder on lead than we are seeing on top rope. You never know. I think the yellow probably suits lead climbing a little bit better. The holds are a bit wider apart. There are a few more like heel hooks, toe hooks that you can really like offset your body weight with. But yeah, I think orange looks like a tough route to have to stop and take that time on.
Yeah, it looks like that classic kind of resistance style that you see on lead routes. Of course, the more climbing that you're doing compared to boulder, the more you're having to sort of grit the teeth and push through. We were told by the route setters that, the yellow is more of this kind of resistance style. And although it's similar to kind of this power endurance style, I think you have more capacity to work through that power endurance style and work through your technical prowess. But we'll see how we go. So, like I said before, we've got Blake right on your screen right now. And then on the left, we've got Sydney making their way up the orange route. Interesting to note that the reason why there's a yellow hold inside the dual texture holds, it might seem a little bit pointless, but for judging purposes and also for the athlete as well, it's just a sort of visual cue, if you like, to ensure that they're actually using that hold and they know it's available for them to use. Again, like I said before, you can put all sorts of interesting things inside the holds, but here it's just more of a visual cue to ensure that the athletes know that they can use it and to help the judges understand where the climbers are moving.
Yeah, and I think it's a little easier for the spectators as well to see that there's a hold there, especially once it's further away. It can be kind of hard to see what's on the wall when you're here in person. So yeah, it's a nice little visual cue to show that hold is there. And I think it's a bit of a carryover from commercial route setting where the routes are, single colored, and it allows you to denote that clear hold to a specific color of route as well. But yeah, no one looking too uncomfortable on the no-tex hold so far. Like a little bit of hesitation initially, but I think I'd hedge a bet that these sequences are designed to scare the athletes rather than really physically test them. They're probably going to be surprised. They might start making a few mistakes, but ultimately they should be able to hold on and move through these sections. Yeah,
look, and I think a slight bit of over gripping could be playing into what's going on these no-tex holds as well. But to be honest, they look pretty juggy. Like you say, I think it's more of the psychological kind of warfare thing that's being put onto the climbers here from the route setters. And then again, there's going to be this fight towards the top of the route, as there always is. Sydney's elbows flaring up there on the left. I'm not sure whether that's because she's on a bit of an undercling and not gripping right, but looking like the fight is ticking over now.
And we did lose our first climber on the no-tex section there. I think that's the thing, is you just feel like at any moment you could slip off. Sydney, however, is still putting in a really good fight. Yeah, I think there's some fatigue coming in there, but the grit and the determination to keep going is still present.
Probably going to have to really compose herself here with these pockets. It's not something you want to move particularly quick to. You want to be nice and accurate and just not getting the high enough left foot there by the looks of things, and not quite finding anything to smear on the left. I believe the walls are textured here, so you have a bit of resistance off the wall, but
yeah, I
not
think
enough.
it was a smart move to stem out to that right side wall. But yeah, she needed to get that left foot up higher and, you know, send her center of gravity up a little bit higher to give her the reach she needed for that pocket, and maybe a little bit more oomph, just to make the last few, you know, centimeters of that move.
Yes, I definitely know what you're talking about with that oomph, and it's something that needs work. It needs practice. When you're working with speed and you're thinking about pacing in these types of long routes and in this climbing style, you really have to learn the moments where you need to pounce, and that's what that viewing period is for, right? Trying to identify, like, where do I need to turn on this try hard mentality? How can I go forth with confidence, say, after the the no text holds, and move through into some of those tricky pocket sections. So it's nice to see no one getting to a super high point at this point in time. In the round that I was commentating before, we saw in the under 15 boys that they were getting to high points pretty quickly, which is not necessarily a bad thing, but for viewership, it's kind of exciting when you see the best athletes coming out later, and then you really start to see the quality of the climbing increase, the intensity of the climbing increase. So it'll be really cool to see us get through these lists.
Yeah, the first climbers come out and make the routes look super hard, and then it's just so impressive when the next climber comes out and makes those same sequences look really, really easy and look simple. I think that's like the exciting thing about lead climbing is that build over time. Watching what looked impossible become possible is really, really cool. But also sometimes like the spiciness of when a high-performing athlete from the qualifications struggles on a different style of route, it's always keeps things really fresh and really cool.
I wonder if I could grab your thoughts quickly on the new Pro Climbing League and what your thoughts are on this kind of new formats and new opportunities for things. Like, just as a general idea, nothing too specific, but just the potential excitement of having someone like Yanya competing in the Pro Climbing League recently and not being the winner, and like what that does for viewership. Is that exciting? Do we want to see the people on the top winning all the time? Do we want new champions? Like, what could that do for our sport, these new formats?
I mean, it's an interesting one because I think there are so many different ways that you could format a climbing competition, and for the most part, we kind of just do what we've always been doing. So I think it's really, really cool to see other avenues of competition come forward that give us the opportunity to try climbing out in a new way. I think, you know, whether or not it's going to overtake world climbing, given that it's the kind of Olympic qualification pathway, I'm not so sure. But I think having different versions of competition climbing and exploring the different ways that can take place is always going to be really beneficial. I think ultimately I always like to see, you know, the strongest climber win at the end of the day. But yeah, I think having a little bit of spice in there keeps things interesting, keeps people watching. You know, you don't always want to feel like you know exactly what's going to happen before the comp has even started. So yeah, definitely interesting, and I'm curious to see how something like the Pro Climbing League proceeds.
Very well said indeed. It'd be nice to see it come to Australia. I think we're sort of sectioned off from the world in a way in terms of these big events.
Yeah, we're definitely kind of far away, but we have, I don't know, the climbing scene here in Australia is actually really, really densely populated. We have so many gyms, more gyms than most cities that you'd visit. We have a huge population of climbers. It's becoming a real mainstream activity, and I think there's room for like big, exciting competitions to take place if someone can just sort of figure out the recipe of what that's going to look like.
Definitely. Seeing a bit of apprehension here from Emily on the left, using these dual text holds, looking like she's climbing through her arms a little bit and not trusting, kind of pushing through her knees, getting that knee over her toe and kind of pouncing through these sections, but we'll see how she goes.
Yeah, it's so much a matter of just trusting that you're not going to fall. I think it feels like something could go at any moment, and you have to just push that doubt out of your mind and just keep climbing, essentially. And she's made it through. She's almost about to take her feet off the no-tex and will hopefully start to feel a little bit more comfortable. But we'll see how much sort of fatigue she's carried from that initial hesitation.
We've got Kai on the right heading to this more sort of complex section. I mean, I didn't even know there was an undercling underneath that volume there. It makes sense. We haven't seen anyone get to the head wall yet and get to have that fight, so it'll be exciting to see if Kai can push through, getting a nice little toe hook on the right for the clip, which looks like a lovely position to be in, to be honest.
Yeah, definitely a little fatigue in that undercling there. She's going to have to really work out what to do with her feet to make this happen, and it's not going to at the end. And we also lost our men's climber as well, just off screen there.
There's some, what would you call it? It's like some simultaneous falling going on right now. It almost looks like that weird little undercling in the orange route for a bigger hand could get a thumb in it and just kind of wrap over the top of the volume, as opposed to having to get this flaring elbow. So if you think about the elbow flaring, your shoulders back, your chest is coming away from the wall, inevitably your hips are going to peel away, and that's actually what happened to Emily in that situation. But as you were saying before, Campbell, having that confidence on the feet to push to that next crimp, I believe, is the way. But who knows what those no-tex holes are doing? It looks like it's kind of striking a bit of fear in the climber, which is quite interesting.
Yeah, definitely. And, you've got to have the confidence in your finger strength as well, I think, to, just take your time to place your feet where they need to go, to not rush anything, to make sure that, your feet are in the best possible position to then progress to the next hold.
I'm curious, Campbell, I saw it happen a couple of times today where people have come off a route and they're having a pretty tricky time to untie their figure eight. Have you had a moment like that where you're on stage and this knot just feels like it's not budging and you want to get off?
Yeah, I mean, I think sometimes, I definitely in training, you'll get stuck in a knot and it will take so long to get undone. But yeah, every now and again, especially if you take if you run past a draw and take a really, really big fall, the knot can tighten up pretty bad, and then you're just kind of stuck there. And you're obviously super pumped from climbing, so you have to get the belay to help you, and yeah, it can be a little bit embarrassing sometimes.
All part of lead climbing, though. All part of lead climbing. So we've got Lily coming out on the left. Lily is a Tassie climber, another interstate competitor, and then we've got Otto Chan from Queensland on the right. Do you have the urge to want to climb these routes, Campbell? How are you feeling in your body?
Oh, absolutely. The other day I came to help forerun and test for the qualifications, and I was so bummed that the finals had already come down. They set the finals first, then the qualifications, and then the finals come down so that no one sees them before they go up, and I was definitely hoping to be able to give them a go, but I think these routes will stay up, so maybe I'll get the opportunity to have a play sometime in the next days. But yeah, they look really cool, and I'm really excited to see some of these higher sequences and see athletes really fighting for those top moves.
We've got some heavy music playing in the background, not that you viewers can hear that, but there's an exciting energy out in the floor. Cliffhanger is a great facility. It does have quite a tight little viewing area, so it's quite bunched up in there, which in a way makes it quite exciting to be with everyone and feel the energy that everyone else is feeling as well. So
yeah, small venues can be nice because they don't necessarily need the biggest crowd to really feel electric. They really the sound echoes, and even a small crowd can feel absolutely massive. So it's a little bit limited in terms of spectator space, but it does contribute to the atmosphere in a really nice way.
Lily opting to skip this no-tex hold, I think it does eventually become a foot for the way that you transition into this next volume layout. Maybe a bit of height here can play into the advantage of some climbers, but that's not to be confused with this idea that if you're tall that you just get to skip everything and everything's easy. We've had multiple moments today watching the climbers who are very diverse sizes go very well through some sections and then have struggles in other sections based on the difference in height. So
and skipping holds can be a real gamble sometimes if you are, especially with young athletes who are still still growing, still getting used to their own size. Skipping things and putting themselves out of sequence and then having to spend extra energy getting back to where they need to be is really interesting. Seeing some really curious clipping positions from Otto there, clipping quite high above his draw. maybe starting to get a little bit pumped and struggling to find the perfect spot.
Well, it seemed like the position was quite obvious. It's just that he wasn't trusting needing to move there. From our perspective, you can see that left hold there is almost a jug, So once you can get above that, the clip doesn't look too tricky. But again, you never know. We're merely sitting here in front of a television looking at what's going on.
That's it. It's impossible to know what it feels like. We're seeing a really, really good fight here on the women's route, and elbows coming up on the men's as well.
It's such a great cue, like as a coach, seeing that in athletes and knowing when your athlete's tired is, depending on what you're doing in your training cycle and how you're sort of helping coach this athlete. If you're doing 4x4s or something like that in a bouldering context, it's nice when you see them on that fourth attempt, elbows flaring, trying really hard. It's like going well.
That was such a good stem, and then she just kind of didn't fully sink her weight into her feet, lifted the weight off of that right foot just a little bit, and then kind of, the friction was gone and it was over. But I'm so surprised to see Otto still climbing. I thought we were going to lose him a little while ago, but there we go.
You called it.
Yeah, there was a really good fight, and one thing that was really nice about his climbing there is as he got pumped, as he got tired, he was still climbing smart. He wasn't rushing. He was still placing his feet well, which can really, really make the difference when, you take that time to spot the sequence or spot the method that makes the difference, that gets you to the next hold. So really good performance there from Otto.
I believe Otto is a twin, and his twin Ethan was up first, an Otto Chan and an Ethan Chan. I thought they looked quite similar. I could be wrong there, but I believe that they are twins, both from Queensland. So
at least brothers for sure.
Out next for the under 15 females, we've got Marley, and then for the boys, the under 17 boys, we've got Nick coming out in just a moment. I've seen Marley climbing on a rope before. Super talented. Her and Danny will likely be pushing for this top spot. There's one more athlete coming out after Marley. Really tight qualification round from those two, and they're good buddies as well. So it's cool seeing them get to compete against each other, but still smile and laugh with one another. I think is really exciting.
This one's kind of special for me actually, because I used to coach Marley I was a coach of an under 12s class at a Melbourne gym for a few years actually, and I think Marley was maybe 3 or 4 or something, like really, really young, and I coached her for a few years. So it's so crazy seeing her climb in an under 15s category. So I'm excited to watch this one.
That's a lovely little throwback there. It's crazy how much time has passed, right? And how much climbing experience Marley has gained now. Not that we're seeing her on screen yet, but you would assume she's done pretty well. She's qualified in second place coming through to finals. I
think they're actually I think the top 3 girls maybe were all tied with double tops. This will be this route. It's really important now that this route is able to split them, so that we don't end up having to go back to time. If 2 athletes fall at the same position in the final and you're not able to split them on their qualification results, it'll be whoever got to their high point the fastest. But hopefully that doesn't come into play for the finals this afternoon.
Yeah, thanks for the clarification there on the scoring there, Campbell. Look, you do certainly want to have the decider coming from who gets the furthest. It makes sense for the nature of sport that you want to see someone do well in the finals rather than have to go back to qualies or anything like that, let alone time. So, we'll see how we go.
Yeah, both athletes looking really quick and decisive so far, not wasting too much time on these easy introductory sections.
Yeah, I think good decision-making for both of these routes is to find this flowy, steady pace through the start, and then kind of bring that back a little bit in this no text hold section, and then kind of turn it on when you get over to the top. So you've got some good actual cues from the route setting and the layout of these routes that kind of give good insight to the athletes on how they need to approach these sections.
Yeah,
Nick's just wiped. Sorry, Campbell. I just wanted to say that Nick was wiping his hand off on his leg there, perhaps getting off some excess chalk to use those no-text holds like you were saying before.
You know that he's climbed on holds like this before. I think Marley as well. And we lost him. And he does not look happy about that one.
That's such a shame for Nick. Nick's been in fine form over the back end of last year and this year. I think he'll be really frustrated about that. However, we've still got Marley on, opting to skip out on that little undercling and looking really good. We're not looking fatigued. She's committed. She looks confident. And she has a try-hard nature. She has a very, very try-hard nature to her.
Yeah, she grew up as she's always been really, really small comparative to a lot of the climbers in her field. And so she's learned these really unique ways to make sequences work for her. And it's cool to see that, come into play now. She's a bit bigger, a bit taller. She's still climbing really smart, making all those little adjustments with her feet that she needs to. And she's, really confident stepping on the porous part of foothold in order to get a little bit more reach or a little bit more purchase, which is really nice to see. She's really thinking critically about every move.
Interesting how she could have gone straight into the left hand a little bit more dynamically there, opting to come back down and go left hand up first. Hopefully she hasn't lost too much energy there for this top part of the route. It suits Marley. She loves crimping. She's good in these sort of tight box positions, so doing really well.
Definitely a little bit of pump starting to kick in, that's for sure. But yeah, climbing really smart. She's looking good though. I wouldn't be surprised if we... Oh, commentators curse. I think maybe we're starting to see her undoing just a little bit.
Could have opted for the bump, but she's on a tiny little match now. This is an absolutely epic fight. Everyone in the building is losing it at the moment, and she falls
that was
off.
So good. Yeah, you could really see that like calm composure started to unravel a little bit as the fatigue really kicked in. She became almost a different climber in those last sequences. She was so chill and so proficient for so much of the route. But then, once that fatigue was really biting her, the feet started to scramble. But that was a really, really brilliant climb from Marley there.
From the most part, she did stay very consistent with her footwork there. Like, just the basics, I think a lot of youth kids are skipping out on these basics a lot, like doing your foot swaps correctly.
Oh, for sure.
Understanding to drop knee, understanding how to do basics.
There's so much pressure to learn how to skate and hop and paddle that I've been saying this, and we've actually been saying this at a national team level as well, talking about what needs to happen for our youth climbers to reach the next level. And I think we almost need to regress to the basics of just learning how to climb well on steep, simple terrain. Learning those foot swaps, heel hooks, toe hooks, static climbing, stuff that isn't super modern, new school jumping and paddling. But it looks like she, when she was young, someone really good must have taught her all of those techniques.
They must have, Campbell.
Yeah.
I wonder who that was. I do agree with you, though, that there is this kind of social media era of climbing that professional coaches are dealing with, where kids are seeing these really exciting, interesting bits of movement and wanting to emulate them, thinking that those are the types of things that will exist in these competition formats. It's not necessarily always the case. I think if you think about someone who does the 100-meter sprint, you're not going to stop practicing the basics. You're just going to continue practicing and practicing and practicing. So I think climbing is a complex sport which has all these basic skills always needing to be executed well. It's so important that you revisit them as much as possible.
Yeah, especially in lead climbing. I think the difference really comes down to the basics, honestly. It's how efficiently can you climb through the quote-unquote easy stuff to get to that head wall, to get to the top of the route with as much energy left, and then to continue to climb well once the fatigue really starts to bite at you.
So Danny will be our last competitor out for the under-15s. She will have heard the crowd roaring before, knowing that Marley got to a very high point on this route. We just saw Danny then wiping off the hand on her pants. Again, opting for these tactics of looking for a bit more moisture on the hands, less chalk, and then hopefully being able to cruise through this. She's looking very confident. Danny is an explosive, powerful climber, and that sort of climbing economy comes through when you have very good power outcomes. So hopefully that suits her for the top of this route.
Yeah, really, really clean style. She's looking super confident, and you can tell that she's climbed on no texture holds like this one before, and she knows that chalk on her hands is just going to be a barrier between her and the hold. Elliot as well, just off screen, starting to progress through these no-tech sections, looking a little bit unsure, but making it work.
such a shame to see Nick fall before. We were making comments, well, I was making comments saying that I don't think the no-techs are too hard, but they can catch you out. They really can. And it's finding that balance between not needing to squeeze too hard that you're kind of like panic gripping and over gripping, and just finding this good weight in the feet as well and trusting that the feet are going to stay too. So an interesting experience for these youth climbers.
Danny's still just looking so chill, so casual, perhaps a little bit slower than we saw Marley climb, but, you know, making just this nice, steady progression up the wall.
I really like how that pocket, the way they've been set, one of the pockets just layers over the side of the left one. It just looks very neat. It looks very
and just
attractive.
like slightly modifies the angle of the hold as well. You know, so often climbers are climbing on holds that they know in their own gyms, and just those little differences can be enough to sort of shake you and surprise you. So it's clever route setting tactics there from the team.
Elliot looking a little off balance in this position and not quite making it up to the top. That's really disappointing for Elliot.
Missing the sequence there a little bit. I think the idea was to pull over to the right, but we've got Danny still kind of in cruise control, honestly.
It really does look like this top sequence really suited Marley's climbing style. It'd be so exciting to see Danny get a top on this. She, like you say, she just looks like she's got time, and I think an indicator of that is just the chalking up. She's done multiple chalks up on both hands here and finding a nice little comfy rest spot.
That she trusts in her finger strength. She trusts in her endurance and gives herself enough time to really set up for each position. You can see the arm bend there. There's definitely some fatigue. But one more move, and I think she has taken the win here. We'll see if she can finish it off with the top.
So exciting. Mega jugs at the top. Just needs one final push. Oh, and she just missed it.
That's so perfect. That's so I think tops are overrated. Like, for me, a perfect route is like a great split with a climber falling at the last move. That's a perfect route.
I like that. It's exciting. It's kind of this, there's this wonder of like, who could do that?
Oh, for sure.
You know, like who would be the person that
My
goes
favorite comp routes are like quite often in, maybe not so much now, but World Cups, like, there would quite often be routes where you'd look at the last move and you'd say, that is impossible. And it's because they want these climbers to just make these crazy, desperate moves for the last hold. You know, take these huge whips off of the second last draw. That was really cool. And it's nice to know that that was the limit of the athlete as well. There's no question mark. How much further could she have gone? Like, we saw her really put in her best climbing. I think that was really exciting to watch. And yeah, congratulations to Danny.
Really great effort from Danny there. I'm curious, Campbell, do you think that kind of like jumpy, pouncy style at the top of the wall, is that a modern style of route setting? Is that something that you've experienced change over time?
I think jumping and pouncing for the last hold is definitely nothing new. It's often, you know, a huge move to like a victory jog or something. But I think in modern setting, we're seeing a lot more like slab climbing or like coordinated dynos coming into play at the ends of routes. Not so much on these ones, but definitely at some of the World Cups, which is an interesting gamble because you can also really break the pace of a route when an athlete gets a really good opportunity to shake out before a big jump. So there's you win some, you lose some there, but I think it's quite common that the last moves and especially the final move of a lead route in a competition will be the hardest one.
Yep, very cool, very exciting. On the mats now, we have Bryson, who is from New South Wales. We've actually finished our under 15 female finals round. It's looking like Danny on top at this point in time. We still have 3 more athletes, including Bryson, to go before we take a break for our next round. Bryson looks like, I don't know, you can have climbers come on and start routes and just look like they're experienced and look like they're kind of locked in. Just watching that first move, I don't know, you might have this feeling about Bryson. He's qualified in 3rd place with a Queenslander Jack after, and then we've got Lucas, who qualified in 1st place from Vic.
Tiny little foot slip there while he was sort of shaking out and clipping. Maybe a little bit nervous perhaps, but hopefully it doesn't, you know, shake him too much. A lot of these holds are dual textured. So we have the clear holds that are no text at all, but then a lot of these holds have separate sections. So the hold on his left hand, for instance, the top is textured, it's quite grippy, but then the section beneath is completely untextured. So you have to be really careful with how you use your feet, and it requires that extra little like mental load for the athlete.
It's funny being a root setter and seeing so many of these holds. My body, when I'm looking at this root, understands what these holds feel like, what the foot holds, how it feels underneath your foot, and it's such an advantage to have that experience on climbing on so many different hold sets and so many different hold brands. Getting a bit of snow coming out of the chalk bag there.
Yeah, and again, chalking up on the no textured holds is maybe a sign that he might have used them before, but maybe hasn't been coached on the best techniques of how to climb on no texture. But it looks like, this was easy enough for him that he was able to make it work. Cool little drop knee there as well, a really nice way to put some weight into his feet and position his body efficiently for the next move.
I really like, he's dropping a lot of chalk. I really like the style of this next section, the smear on the right, getting to this undercut and then coming out. It kind of is just enough insecurity for you to feel like you're a bit nervous about this next section, where the pace changes, the kind of level of intensity changes, and you've got to make good decisions to ensure that you can get through.
Yeah, definitely. I think this is where the route really begins. You can't quite tell from the stream, but it's quite steep, this section of wall. And that's when there's a lot of physicality to it, but the footwork, the decisions you make with your feet become really, really important.
So Bryson has found the left heel and the right crimp, which we missed from Elliot just before. Got to get out to that right crimp before you come over to this left hold. And this left hold is actually good, but you've got to get yourself in the right position.
Oh, the heel. As soon as I saw his hand go up and the heel go underneath the hand, I was like, oh, it's going to be a really hard time. It makes it so much more likely that your heel is going to slip off the back of the hold, which is really unfortunate because I think he still had something to give. But yeah, just a little technical error there that saw him off the wall.
And I think it's those fundamentals we're talking about. The heel goes up and it's facing the ceiling. Like, your heel needs to poke outward. You need to be able to pull your hips in. And look, on that move, it's hard to do that because the right foot's so low. You have to get your heel so high. But when you're seeing these foot swaps, these little slips happening down low, you can see a climber who's not confident in those basics.
Yeah, for sure. And it's like, I always say 9 times out of 10, the heel needs to go over the hand, but it does require that bit of extra mobility, of extra strength in your hips and in your legs. But yeah, that was still a really great climb there. I think he climbed really well and really smart the whole way through, and I think that was our high point so far.
It might well
be close
be.
To. It's sometimes hard when you're in the commentary booth to be thinking of things to say and also keeping exact track of the scores, but we'll keep you updated on that one if we can.
What I liked about Bryson there was he had this energy about him. He was committed. He was excited. You could tell in his body language. But it's funny because you need to strike a balance between knowing when to turn that on and knowing when to be your most calm and measured self going up the wall. I've actually met this young man. I commentated at Youth States a while ago. Jack is a super psyched kid. He's an outdoor climber as well. He loves trad climbing. He had a great conversation with him maybe last year or the year before. He's coached by an international coach, Matt Chapman from Canada.
Oh, I know Matt. Yeah. I climbed with Matt and his daughter Indiana in Innsbruck a few times. Really lovely family, super nice. And yeah, very, very psyched, knowledgeable coach. That's quite cool.
Yeah, I mean, it was funny because as a coach myself, I'm always curious. You ask kids, who's your coach? Who's leading the way for you, especially when you see these great habits being formed at such an early age. Jack's the only one who's found this right heel for the clip there, which already shows to me that he's super calculated. He looks really confident right now. He's lowered in his scapula's engaged, the hips are engaged. He's not climbing too much through his forearms and his fingers. But yes, Jack is very expressive of his absolute psyche for climbing, and I think it's indicated in his climbing right now. He's measured, the fundamentals are being executed really well. So I don't know. I feel something from this kid right now.
Yeah, it's going to be really exciting. I'll just confirm. So, yeah, Bryson did score the high point at 31 with second place from Ethan Chan at 30 plus. So, yeah, but we have a really good split for this category so far in the top positions, but also really, really tight games. So I'd like to see if we can, see Jack executing those upper sequences of the route and, see what he can do.
Well, we don't want to waste the holds, right? The route setters have, busted it for the last couple of days, getting up there, putting all the holds up, testing these climbs, blood, sweat, and skin. So it'd be so nice to get the wide view of the route and get to see the athletes tested on this upper part.
Yeah, so much skin, especially. I think when I turned up to help do some forerunning, one of the route setters was like, "You saved us," and her hands are all shredded, and it's just so much work that has to go into making these events happen. But it's really cool and exciting when you get to see it all come together, and hopefully, we'll have a similar fight to what we saw from Danny, where we can see the whole route executed and also see like the sort of maximum capacity of the athletes themselves.
Yeah, I can imagine when you fall off a route and you don't quite get to the high point in which you think you're capable of, it can be a really kind of tricky emotional space to push yourself through. Obviously, when you know your potential and you have more to give, you want to be able to show people that, but you also want to be able to prove that to yourself. So hopefully Jack looks like he's got this energy right now where he's taking his time, he's calculated. So here it is. We'll see if we can get through this cruxy section.
Yeah, he's not rushing. He knows that coming up into the steeper section of wall, there's going to probably be less opportunities to rest or to at least take that weight out of your fingers. So, yeah, smart choice to take a little break there before stepping into the steep section. Really nice heel. Again, he placed below the hand. Above the hand would still probably be a little bit better, but, you can see him really clawing in with his toe, pointing his toe hard to use his heel almost like an extra hand.
Yeah, great call, Campbell. I think the key thing when heel hooking is it has to be active. The toe has to be pointed as well. You can't simply throw it in there and put it on top. It's like your hands. If you're not crimping actively, you're going to fall off. Opting for the high heel as well. It's a little bit wider. And
again, I'll say it again. The heel went below the hand. And if the heel had gone above, it just gives you so much more surface area. But I'll stop waffling on about that. But that's like such a common thing that I see in climbing that I just want to correct in every climber. But that was still a really great performance. I think that'll see him tied for the high point and probably in first place on countback.
He looked good. I just don't know that it's the right decision to put the heel there. I mean, when you think about it, it's such a small hold, so your margin for error is so great. I personally, knowing that hold set from Cheetah, that left hand is actually like a proper finger jug. I feel like you have the down pulling right hand to support yourself in smearing on the inside of the volume and then getting that left heel up to move through. So it'll be interesting to see if we can get some insight and either confirm or deny our assumptions on how you're supposed to climb the route, but a great effort from Jack nonetheless.
Yeah, I think there was some really great climbing, really smart climbing. Looked like a lead climber on the wall, looked comfortable climbing on a rope. Yeah, really great performance. But it's also cool to know this, route still has something to give.
So if we're looking at the image right now, Campbell, it seems like you could almost bring the feet off and then slap into that cheetah hold.
I would put the heel in. But I think it's got to be placed properly. It has to be placed with care. It's another one of those dual textured holds. So if you don't put it in exactly the right position, it's very easily going to slip off. And I think having the heel in also is going to set you up nicely to potentially do those next moves. You can really get your weight over your foot. Yeah, one last climber for this category to go before we switch over to our other age groups.
Repping the Urban Climb Youth Team T-shirt, bit of a statement. Likely climbs at Blackburn, which is a premium facility. I'm sure you've spent a lot of time there, Campbell. I know you spend a lot of time there.
Definitely. I mean, it's probably the highest density of hard routes in Australia. So if you need to get well versed on really, really difficult lead climbing, it's a great spot to be training.
I mean, it could be beyond Australia. It could be not quite in the southern hemisphere, perhaps. Is there some Southeast Asian countries that
I
have
mean, look, I think if you go to like Japan, you're finding a much higher density of hard lead routes. But yeah, for Australia, I think it's one of the best spots. You know, I'm hearing rumors of other lead gyms maybe appearing in the Melbourne region anytime soon. Which would be really exciting. I think we've seen this huge boom in bouldering and bouldering gyms, but access to lead climbing is quite tricky, especially for the young kids. So, yeah, I'm really excited to see the lead climbing space diversify a little bit more.
Me too, definitely. Oh my gosh! And he
Oh, no.
just falls off the no tags.
Oh, that's so heartbreaking. I remember that feeling so well. Yeah, that's really, really sad, and I think just a testament to how unstable it can feel climbing on those no-textured holds, and that's going to hurt a little bit.
He will be so disappointed. You know what? I will say, though, Lucas just looked a little bit apprehensive about some of his movement.
For sure,
he
like
did
from
look
the
settled,
ground,
you know?
yeah, from the ground, some of the sequencing was just a little off. Overthinking. I think he was probably nervous, which makes sense. You know, I think when you're that age, when you're a teenager, and everyone tells you that like your brain's still developing and you have all these emotions, you're like, no, I don't. I'm grown up. But I think back to it, and I'm like, wow, there's so much extra like mental clutter that you have to deal with trying to compete at a high level as a kid. And sometimes it just doesn't work out. But still, like really great climbing and. He can be really proud of his qualification round. I think it was really outstanding from what I heard. So all the best for him in the future.
And I think as well that the reality is heartbreaking experiences like that are character building exercises, right?
Yeah,
and
unfortunately.
And it is unfortunate, and you want to hope that he has a really good support system around him to reinforce these ideas and values for climbing. So hopefully he can bounce back next year, and maybe it's enough to get him through. I don't know what his rankings were prior to get into youth nationals, but we'll just have to wait and see.
I mean, I always say that like anything worth doing, anything worth putting your time into comes with the risk of failure. If it doesn't come with the risk of failure, it probably wasn't, you know, as crazy special to begin with, and having to experience that failure and learn how to bounce back from it, and also the realization that the world keeps turning, that there's another competition on the horizon, there's another, you know, however much training that needs to happen before the next one. Like you said, I think it's a really important moment in an athlete's development to learn how to bounce back from that.
And I think for me, just because I am a coach, it makes me feel that we need a wider spectrum of different types of coaches out there, and just more coaches in general who are committed to this wellness side of climbing. Performance is very important, but we need to be conscious of the fact that, like, I don't know, school was hard for me. Like, going to high school and being in high school was not a particularly easy time. So we forget that balancing sport and needing to perform in sport, or wanting to perform in sport, and rolling up to school and trying to perform at school, and social pressures and all these sorts of things, they all add to the overall stress and experience of life, and in this context, sport. So really great effort from Lucas. I'm sure he'll...
100%. I mean, as a full-time athlete now, I look back at all the things I was doing in school, and just like the sheer number of hours I was putting into everything else, and then training on top of that. I'm like, I have no idea how that little boy was capable of making that work. There's just so many other facets that come into climbing at this level when you're also trying to be, you know, a good student and a good friend.
It makes you wonder, because I'm sure you feel at this point there's this kind of level of wisdom that you have about your approach to climbing and your training, and it's almost like, you know, what are the things that you would want to say to that younger version of yourself, where you're like, you know, is that you need to prioritize that rest time? Is it that you need a different outlet? Like, what does that feel like for you?
Yeah, I don't even know, because I look back and it's like, if someone told me you need another outlet, I would be like, whose hours? Like, am I, you know, which hours am I going to be utilizing for an extra outlet? It really is hard. And but I think, you know, when I look back to myself competing as a youth, I do wish I'd like been a little bit more gentle to myself when it did all become too much, and like I did have a bad performance because I had so many other things going on. And I just like left no room for any kind of failure. And I think I look back, I'm like, just be gentle, you know? There's, again, it's like, yeah, things are really crazy now, studying and climbing and training, but there's always another competition. There's always another opportunity. It's like, just be gentle with yourself, accept that there are things you can't control, and then just, keep going.
It's like just keep being you, right? It's like that
Yeah.
positive self-talk goes such a long way. And it's so great that this is more common knowledge amongst lots of sporting programs now, is that wellness is like an athlete's best ability is their availability. And that's like an emotional availability, that's a mental availability, and that's a physical availability. So I'm sure Victorian climbers are going to continue nurturing that for themselves, and the Victorian coaching team is certainly on top of all this as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting a bit podcasty, but we do have some time in between the rounds. But yeah, 100%. Like, it's honestly, it's so much easier to give all of yourself to a sport as an athlete when you're happy as a human. So yeah, that well-being side of things is so underrated. It's so important to be, happy with yourself and willing to accept failure as part of the process, and understanding your reasons for doing things, so that when you face that failure, it's still all the work you put in was still worth it at the end. It has to be worth it regardless of the outcome. But anyway, yeah, I hope he's not taking it too hard.
Well said. Great conversation. Worth sharing as well. We will take a quick break right now, and then we'll be back for our under 19 males and under 17 females for the last bit of climbing for the last Sportiva Vic State Youth League titles. We are back. We are on. So on the right now, we have Aiden, who's just jumped onto the wall. We will have some under-17 female climbers coming out as well. That was a short break, Campbell.
Yes, that kind of took us by surprise a little bit. Just for anyone who's been carrying through from the previous round, so we're now starting again from scratch, essentially. So the lowest qualified athletes in this category will come out first, and then progressing on to the highest qualified category. So if you see athletes start to underperform again after we sort of saw that, steady increase in performance over the last round, that's because we're going back to the beginning. So this is the lowest qualified athlete right now.
And the only other thing I'll add to that is these are the under-19s now, so they've got a couple more years experience, hopefully. I don't know, I feel like age is not too much of a thing for performance outcomes at the moment. So
I'm interested to see because I think that the under-17 boys outperformed the under-19s on one of the qualification routes yesterday, which was on this exact profile as well. So I will be interested to see how we go. But I also heard from yesterday, so Lucas Orantes, who qualified in third place, actually topped one of the qualifiers but stood on a bolt, I think. So it was marked down to the point at which he stood on that bolt. So he'll be coming out a little bit earlier, but we might see quite a good performance from him potentially.
We had that in the under-15 male route that happened earlier today. We had, his name's Mark Lubomov, came out, just qualified third last, but came out and got a podium finish, which is really exciting. You love to see, not necessarily an underdog, but you love to see that excitement coming from the earlier part of the round.
Oh, and he's found this little knee bar as well. Which is going to be nice to be able to get a little energy back. We haven't seen anybody pull into this knee bar so far.
I was having a conversation with my fellow commentator before, Mika, who is an avid outdoor climber, climbs at Coolum Cave quite a lot, and he was like, I love knee bars, and I was like, we're going to see knee bar today, and he wasn't so sure, so I'm sure Mika will be psyched about that.
There we go. Yeah, and he is so smart getting that knee bar, but then kind of lost his sequence a little bit there, and it saw him spit off the wall. But very good climbing from our first athlete out.
There is some very exciting tunes playing in the background right now. The energy's high. The crowd's pretty pumped. I'm really looking forward to hopefully the moment where someone gets to the top of this yellow. Not to the very top, like you say. Maybe not getting a top is not as exciting, but really fighting at the head wall and need to push. Loves getting the crowd involved. There's nothing an MC can do to help warm up a crowd as much as the climber can in terms of their ability.
For sure. Like that moment when someone sticks a move that nobody else has stuck before and the crowd goes wild, like as an athlete is so special, and it just gives you like so much fuel. In some ways, sometimes it can almost give you too much fuel. And you have to just like stay calm and stay centered. But yeah, I'd really like to see people to see what they can do on those top sections of the route.
We should have Mitch Campbell coming out next. I believe the under-17 female climbers will be coming out shortly. I believe their route has to be changed from top rope to be able to be leadable. So we're going to get that rope off the wall and fix some draws and things like that.
I don't mind if the comp lasts longer though, because I love watching climbing competitions so much that, if it takes a little longer, it's just like more of a good thing as far as I'm concerned. But we do have our first under-17 female athlete, Paki Singh, stepping onto the wall.
It'll be really interesting to see these subtle differences of the experience of this orange route where you do have to clip, especially those sections on the no-techs. I think that'll be a bit exciting.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, it's going to be almost a completely different route when you add the whole clipping aspect into things, and they're going to have to be really smart in how they position their body to allow for that to happen.
Mitch looking really good here, clearly climbing through his hips, letting them lead the way. That's such a Shauna Coxey statement, who's an incredible commentator. It's always about the hips.
Always about the hips.
Perhaps a Shakira fan, I don't know, but
the hips don't lie.
It's true. It's very true.
No, but it's so true. It's positioning your hips, and so much of it happens, from the foot up. The way that you drive your toes into a hold, like the subtle little twisting motions that you make, just positioning your body in a way that's going to either get you closer to the next hold or put a little bit more weight into a foothold to make clipping easier. And the really cool thing about lead climbing is that it all adds up. Like every decision that you make low to the ground, every bit of energy that you conserve is going to come into play at the top of the route. And sometimes mistakes made at the bottom of a climb dictate, who wins the competition. To athletes of similar capabilities, if one of them's just that little bit more tired, then that could be their undoing. So everything you see at the bottom of this route is super important. We're not just watching a warm up. This is very much part of the event.
I like that. I like the way you're talking about this kind of like progression that you have through viewing the climbing for these athletes. It's really exciting seeing the really composed, focused, and energetic climber down low, and then getting to see that fight at the top. It's like two different stories happening at the one time,
Absolutely, yeah. And it's always a question as an athlete when you give everything you could and you fall off with nothing left. It's still like, could I have done things better throughout the route? Could I have clipped better or chalked in better positions? There's so much strategy and tactics to it, which I think just makes it such an interesting and exciting sport to watch. Both athletes climbing really, really well so far, pulling into the steeper sections of the wall now.
It looked like Mitch was close to grabbing that hole, but just couldn't quite get over enough, perhaps. A great effort from him, a good fight. And Pucky's just come off the climb as well. Maybe looking a little bit frustrated in herself. I hope Pucky's feeling okay once she can get out of her harness and sort of relax a little bit. Up next for the male athletes, we have Miles Fallon. And then for the female athletes, we have Ottilie Gertler. It seems we have one of these dilemmas where untying is a bit of a process. Mitch was obviously a bit pumped, so he got the belayer to help get him out.
Yeah, it's always it always depends on the rope as well. Like some ropes are, a bit stretchier than others, and like an old rope will tighten up so much when you fall on it. And yeah, it was like a relatively tight catch there, so a lot of shock force going through the knot, tightens up, and then it's so hard to undo sometimes.
Belayers exit our view, and I believe we'll get some new belayers coming through, escorting our next climbers coming up. Just as a reminder, that is Ottilie Gertler and Miles Fallon.
Yes, we had both of the men's athletes' scores have come through, 27 plus for each of them. So whenever two athletes fall at the same point, the first point of splitting them is to go back to the qualifications. So whoever had the better qualification position will supersede the other athlete. If they have the same ranking from the qualification, then the last point of call is time. So whoever got to that point the fastest. The ideal scenario for the route setters is to split in the final, but it is also good that we have those like backup options just in case. Oh, and we have an athlete, they've forgotten their bib number, which you typically need to be wearing your number to be able to climb.
It seems like Ottilie is perhaps saying that she was wearing it and she's not sure about having not had it on her back. I mean, I'm sure you know this, Campbell. Those little bob
Oh, it's
pins
so
and
they're
putting it
so
on a
easy to
s-
lose,
yeah,
and it's so easy
annoying.
for them to pop off. I am not 100% sure on the rules in this case, but that's the head judge, who's also my dad, instructing the athlete, I think, to just wait a moment. But we've got our men's event back underway for now, while we sort this out.
Really feeling for Ottilie in that moment. That must feel really frustrating, especially when you're getting ready to climb a finals route and you're already feeling a little bit nervous. It can be very distracting. So hopefully we can sort that out soon. We've got Miles climbing through these no-tex holds. Bit of a theme in these two routes, which I think is probably a deliberate kind of like artistic flair and movement flair coming
For
from the head
sure,
route
like
setter.
some stylistic symmetry through certain sections of the route.
You can see, or you could see just before there was a counter on the left side of our screen, which signifies the score that the climber's got. Miles' left elbow flaring a little bit, needing to just drop into those hips a little bit more to transition through this section.
And just off screen, we did see Ottilie go off out of the field of play. Whether that was back to isolation, I'm not 100% sure. I'm not sure that you would typically be allowed to climb if you don't have your... Usually that would be checked before you go out onto the field of play, but obviously these things can be missed. We'll see if she does get the opportunity to climb, or if that was kind of one and done for her, unfortunately. I hope not, but we'll see. Oh, and a somewhat early fall from our men's athlete just there.
Miles just lunging for the same jug. I think that Mitch Campbell was going for just before and not quite getting there with...
Here we go. We have Ottilie back out onto the wall with her bib number, it looks like, which is good to see. She looked, I could see her face off screen, and she looked quite upset. I wasn't sure if maybe she'd been told that she couldn't climb, but yeah, good to see that she's able to step out onto the wall, and hopefully she can, put that aside and still put in her best performance.
Honestly, it could spark some energy, You probably have this little adrenaline rush, this little moment where you've got these funny feelings in your tummy, and then you're on the wall. Time to settle in, time to focus. So it'll be a really great opportunity for her to practice executing under pressure and executing with a bit of those funny feelings happening around her body.
Definitely. And for some people, that sense of frustration is can be like a really good fuel source, like a little bit of anger can help you put in that little bit of extra fight, just as so long as she's still making good decisions early on in the route, and isn't, jumping to fight mode too early on in the piece.
Looking solid, looking a bit consistent. Interesting little sequence here, going with the right hand to the crimp. Might have been better to get out right.
Going out of sequence just to get off of that no-tex, I think, as fast as she could.
Matching tiny crimps always feels like such a trap for me. I'm not the best at crimping. It always just feels like it's such a youth kid move to be able to match crimps and move
Yeah,
through.
I think when you've got tiny little hands, matching crimps becomes so simple. And I mean, it's such a feat of finger strength, like a good match, having to take a finger off to make room for another finger is such a and we just lost her. But good climbing there from Ottilie.
Get a nice big cheer from the crowd. I think the crowd sort of understand that pressure situation of not having the bib and then being taken out the back and then getting on the walls. So well done, Ottilie. Nice to see you just pushing through and giving it your best shot. Up next for the males, we have Ryder Bridges. And for the females, we'll have Lucy Reed, 2 Vic competitors. We'll have some interstate competitors in the female category here later down the track. Qualifying in first, second, and third was a Queenslander, an ACT, and a South Australian climber. Qualifying in first place for the males as well was actually a New South Wales climber. So nice to have a bit of pressure from the interstate climbers and come and compete pre-nationals. I think, if you've got amazing parents who can bring you to these sorts of competitions and give you that experience, it's an amazing opportunity to take.
Yeah, I have such good memories of competing at all the different state titles, especially when I was in youth, and I did a lot of it solo travel, and just really learned a lot from that experience. So it's really cool to see people coming along and getting involved in our state titles. I think it really helps raise the level all across the country. And, I think some of my closest friends I've made were kids that I was competing with in these interstate competitions. So, it's really cool that that's a possibility for our young climbers nationwide.
You just wish there was some high-speed rail happening through the states so it's not so expensive to travel everywhere.
Yeah, I mean, there's the whole, there's a whole political discussion right there. High-speed rail. I'm always jealous of, I think I looked it up. It's if we had a high-speed rail between Melbourne and Sydney, the trip would take 3 hours or something like that. If we had the same high-speed rail they have in Europe, which would literally, as someone who has done that drive between the two cities alone so many times, would literally change my life.
It's long. It's certainly, and especially when you're going to perform, sitting in a car is strange to say. It's hard work. Your back doesn't like it.
It's awful. It's awful. So if there, any high-ranking government officials listening to our broadcast now,
I'm sure
demand action.
I'm sure there's plenty on this.
They would be.
On the
What
Vic
else would
Youth
they?
Lead
What
titles.
else would they be doing?
Correct. It looks like we're finally getting going with the next climbers. I'm not sure what the hold-up there was. Bit of a traffic jam, but as I said before, we've got Ryder Bridges coming out and then Lucy Reed on the left. And Lucy has her bib, which is fantastic, and so does Ryder, so we'll get straight into it. Lucy just doing a final little root read here, the classic little climbing dance before you get on the wall. And here we go.
You got both climbers underway now.
Ryder's certainly one of the taller competitors here today. It'll be interesting to take note of how that influences his sequencing, where he maybe finds some advantages, where he'll experience some disadvantage as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's always interesting to see how athletes use their height, because it can be an advantage if you know how to use it. For instance, then he probably could have kept one of his feet low to take a little bit of extra weight off his hands, but opted not to. So whether or not an athlete knows how to use their height as an advantage is a sort of different kettle of fish.
And like we were saying before, it's all about that experience, right? It's knowing yourself. It's having good coaches and support systems around you to support getting to different gyms and trying different styles and trying to dial in and understand who you are as a climber and how you can best execute.
Yeah, learning how to climb the best possible way for your body, I think, is such a skill, such a learned skill. And like we said before, a lot of these athletes are, still growing, and the size of their limbs is always changing. Yeah, seeing some early kind of hesitations and slips on both sides at the moment.
Looks like a bit of ice skating up there.
Honestly.
Slippery. Bit of height use there, opting to go straight to the left crimp. Already looking like he's full crimping his way up the wall. The half crimp is not lasting.
And struggling with that clip a little bit. I think he's still interesting there to sort of struggle so much holding onto the left hand and then switch over to the right. Looks so chill, but choose to go back to the left for the clip. It's again those like little experience things that come into it. You probably could have gotten a little bit more of a rest for his left hand by just using it to clip, but he's still going. And it's a tight game so far, so even though he looks a little bit tired, he might still be able to put forward a new high point if he climbs smart.
Really important to find this toe hook, but I wonder if this toe hook underneath the volume is a little bit.
All he's got to do is hold this next hold, but it's not going to be. Yeah, it's he had the position and then he opted for something new. Lucy's climbing well, making slow, steady progression up our orange women's route. Oh, and just not quite enough accuracy for that pocket there.
Looked like she just needed to shift her body weight over that left foot a little bit more to just sink onto that foot. Again, when you're moving to pockets, you don't want to have to move too quickly. You want to be accurate. They're in themselves, they are blocked. They are a slot kind of movement. So, yeah, really close from Lucy there. She looks pretty psyched, though. She looks pretty happy with herself. So, well done.
New high point there for the women's, though, which is exciting. Yeah, we saw quite a bit more climbing, I think, from Lucy than from our previous athletes, if I'm remembering correctly.
We'll have Brill Adalo coming out next, and then Penelope Boschetti.
Have you ever competed in a lead comp before, Trent?
I have not competed in a lead comp, let alone getting well experienced as a lead climber as well. I'm certainly more a boulderer. But yeah, it's funny coming to the sport late, like I came into climbing at 24, 25. I'm turning 30 this year. So yeah, just threw myself straight into like working and being in the space rather than competing. So yeah, it's still this funny thing that in a way is foreign to me, but is well understood when you invest so much time into watching and talking and listening to other people. Yeah, so it's an experience I think would be cool to have, especially when you're a coach, to put yourself in that situation, but not one that I've had yet.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, at the end of the day, like, climbing is climbing. I think if you understand climbing well, you can understand competitions and you can understand lead climbing and the positions and all the things that go into it. But it's definitely it's a really unique experience, and I really enjoy it. And yeah, I'd love to see more people like getting stuck into it and giving it a go.
Well, it's interesting, before we're talking about how there's so many like bouldering competitions available, and the nature of the route setting process for these competitions is that it's much easier to offer something. So yeah, hopefully we can see more social events for lead climbers around Melbourne.
Yeah, I think there's room for, like, bouldering has lots of cool, exciting and fun social formats, and we haven't quite seen that for lead yet. The comps always feel a little bit more serious. But yeah, I'd love to see some gyms exploring all of the different ways you could make lead climbing, cool and interesting beyond just the format that we see today, which I also think is really cool and really interesting. But yeah, there's so much room for this discipline to grow. It's really exciting.
It's always nice seeing two competitors right next to each other, different categories, different ages, nonetheless making it very exciting for the viewers. Everyone in the building right now is just so psyched watching these climbers.
Yeah, the crowd is really getting behind these athletes right now, which is really cool.
I don't know who for, though. It just seems like it's a collective thing.
No, there's just a general air of excitement. I think, those the top athletes from the previous category come out, make the routes look easy, and then now we're back to seeing them, seeing exactly how hard they actually are. And I think it gives everyone like this new appreciation for the difficulty and of what it is that these athletes are putting forward.
We love the fight. That's the, if you don't know climbing and you're watching this, you can see in people's body language this capacity and this need to fight and push, push, push.
Oh, and a foot slip there on the sidewall trying to get the knee bar in, which is a bit unfortunate. And we lost our female climber as well.
We're fast moving through our competitors now. We have 4 more to come for the under 17 females, and we have another 4 coming out for the under 19 males. I'll give a quick shout out to the event sponsors right now. Again, it's really important to acknowledge that these events don't exist without them. So this is a La Sportiva sponsored event, and some other key sponsorships that have come through is with Bogong, with Stacks Climbing, Happy Beaner, Climbing Anchors, Tension Grips, and Climbing Gems. The media sponsors included Bird Dog, Atomos, and Netgear. So without this media team and the commitment from the media team, we wouldn't be able to be on this live stream and give you the live update of what's going on over here at Cliffhanger. So thank you very much to the team.
Yeah, so important for events like this to have sponsors, just to keep everything running smoothly, to, so we have ropes and gear to make the competition happen and prizes for the athletes as well. It's we're really thankful to all the sponsors that contribute their time and energy and make events like this happen.
Did you ever have like a live stream for a youth comp that you did? Was that ever a thing?
Yes. We probably didn't have so many live streams for state competitions, but our nationals definitely were increasingly live streamed, I would say. But I think it's been really nice that having a live stream has become a lot more standard at events. And so no matter where you are in the country, you can still tune in and watch your friends and family or just like get behind the event. And it also, as an athlete, it's really nice to be able to go back and watch your own climbing and get some insight if you don't have someone there who's able to video for you.
I was going to say that too, that, video analysis is very important from a coach's perspective. So it's really nice to be able to have that debrief with an athlete and really understand what's going on. There's commonly, there can be communication issues between coaches and athletes in making sure that they understand where they've gone wrong with things and how they have to change stuff. And videos help that process immensely.
So for the women's, we've got Alyssa Molyneux, who is our highest ranking Victorian athlete. The next 3 athletes that come out after her are all from interstate. So it'll be this climb that decides who our Victorian state champion is for the under 17 females.
Alyssa has a really good chance to high point this route. Bit of experience showing there, like you've said before, Campbell wiping off the chalk, trying to move through these no-text holds.
Basically skipping through the no texture there as well, sticking to the terrain she's perhaps more comfortable on. Yeah, both athletes looking really comfortable so far.
I really love this section of the male route right here. It's just got enough of intensity and complexity and risk coming through here to challenge the athlete and make them second guess themselves and really reward those who are willing to not necessarily take the risk, but do so in a calculated fashion to get through into this volume.
You definitely have to climb well. It's like an easy section to make mistakes, I think. Oh, big fight, but not quite enough there. Lost his feet. We've still got Alyssa on the wall, looking good. Setting a new high point for the under 17 females, so she will be the Victorian state champion. We'll see how much further she's able to push it with this one. Still quite a bit of climbing left to go.
Yeah, time to put the pressure on those athletes to come. She's fighting super hard at the top end here and just falling off, not making it work. Well done, Alyssa.
And here's our awkward period of waiting for the athletes to untie. Got 3 more to come for each category. It really does look like the under-17s and the under-19s are very on par for the men, for the males in terms of their ability. The under-17 boys looked, just right up there with the under-19s. And it's one of those things where you made a comment today, Campbell, about like the younger generation of Youth D and Youth C climbers looking like super strong and getting these years of experience before coming to these categories. I wonder what we're going to see in years to come.
Yeah, definitely. I think, you talk to some of those young kids and their attitude is already very developed. They're very, articulate about their climbing and very psyched to like try hard and work hard. And I think they really appreciated having some routes yesterday that really physically challenged them. And that was quite cool to hear and quite cool to see.
Your comment was that you felt like one of the hardest routes that you tried was...
100%. To be fair, it was kind of their final, but the hardest route of yesterday's event was for sure the under 11, under 13 qualifier 4, which I don't know how it compares exactly like to these routes for the finals, which are probably a bit harder than yesterday's qualifications. But yeah, it was really something, and I think it got a great split. It was really cool to see.
I mean, that's just so exciting, thinking about how the level is going to shift so much in the coming years. I definitely know for sure with the group that I get to coach here in Melbourne is that they're so psyched for challenge. They're so psyched for these next steps, and they embrace it with such a positive and healthy mindset. So hopefully it can be the same across the board for Victoria and Australia at our future competitions.
Yeah, I'm excited to see this. As I said earlier in the stream, I think Lucas had quite a good qualification round yesterday, but was undone by, I think he stood on a bolt maybe, which marked down his score. So hopefully we'll see he'd be one of the athletes I'd be expecting to see a really strong performance from.
Got the Garfield chalk bag, which stands out so much.
Yeah,
it's so
that's
funny.
That's an interesting choice.
It almost looks like it's not a chalk bag at all.
It probably wasn't. It was probably a toy that's been like converted into a chalk bag, if I had to guess. Like which I have seen before. People will buy they'll buy teddy bears and just turn them into chalk bags, which is quite cool. I admire the creativity. Both athletes climbing well, looking pretty solid at the moment. Yeah, Lucas is really looking sort of at another level of calm and collected compared to what we've seen so far. If he can stick this next hold, he'll tie the high point, and then hopefully we can see him go even further from there. Oh, it's some hesitation though. Just needs to bump that left hand. It's quite a positive hold.
One of those situations where the high foot is a bit of a trap and you need to make the move with your hand before you hike the feet up. Channeling into this tricky section. Hopefully he can compose himself for it. He's looking pumped though. Nice little left heel for the left clip as well.
Awesome, and we're seeing a total route high point for this men's yellow route. We'll see if he's able to keep it together and get a few more moves in.
This is so exciting. This is what we've been waiting for. I really hope he can squeeze through this heel. That hold actually looks really good. I think you can clip from there reasonably comfortably. The elbow's coming up. He gets the clip in. Time to focus in and dial again.
Oh, and yeah, that foot was just not 100% sure on where it wanted to be, but very exciting to see a few extra moves we haven't seen yet.
And we're super high on the female route. Laura
Yeah,
is
she's still
crushing.
cruising so far. She'll get this clip and then just 2 more moves to the end.
This is looking pretty good to me. Would have been nice.
Oh, but a little trouble there getting the clip. Will she be able to... Sorry, I had to sneeze there. Will she be able to sort of make this work? Just 1 more move to go from here.
Do you go right hand? Do you match? What do you do? Oh, coming
Yeah, I
back.
think come back. And she just has to clip and then she'll have scored the top.
She's shaky. The leg's shaky. She's done so well.
There we go. Top for Laura.
That was cool. That was a nice bit of climbing up the top where not quite getting the sequence right, feeling tired, just trusting, going, and making it work.
Yeah, she was able to make a lot of mistakes at the end there and still make it work. So be interested to see how our last 2 athletes fare on that route.
Well, that's clearly our high point on the orange. Interesting perspective that I think was correct from you, Campbell, that leading this route is much harder than the top route. Obviously, we would find that any time that you're top roping, you don't have to be clipping and thinking about, all of what comes with lead climbing, that you can just kind of race to the top. But God, those Marley and Danny really made the climb look relatively easy. I wonder how Marley would fare on this route if they had to lead climb it.
Yeah, it's just like it's so many extra moves almost when you have to lead, and you just have to think so much that like extra mental load of finding all the right clipping positions totally changes the game. It would be so exciting, I think, to see the younger kids be able to lead this route as well. But yeah, congrats to Laura. That was really good climbing, and I'm excited to see what the next athletes can make happen.
So Victorian, South Australian, ACT, and Queensland athlete in the top 4 for the females, which is really cool. Really cool to have that diversity. And I think it's good having athletes coming from interstate to kind of put the pressure on the Vic athletes in a way, where the Vic athletes might be thinking, this is our event. This is where we can perform really well. It's the gyms we're familiar with, and you kind of come to sort of be the upset in a way, which I think is cool. I think it's
I like
interesting.
seeing it. I like thinking of the state titles as more of like a national cup almost, where athletes will travel around and get ranking points from all the different events. I do think it's really good for the sport to, you've got the best Victorian athletes, but then you also have the best athletes from other states, and you can really see that even if you're the best Victorian, there's still so much further to go.
Yeah, it's certainly something that I think about a lot when coaching the group of comp kids I have at the moment. You always wonder, how are they going to fare up against other kids from other states? What are other coaches implementing into their programming that's giving these kids the edge? And that's why I think more competitions is so important. We want to see the quality and the caliber of these climbers over the years and keep track of how we can all sort of push the level.
Yeah, and I mean, big thank you, of course, to Cliffhanger here in Altona as well for sort of giving up their space to make this event happen. It is a big, it's a big opportunity, but it's also a big sacrifice for gyms, and so it's very much appreciated that they've allowed us to kind of take over their space and hold this event.
Silas Williams on the right, looking really confident, looking like those fundamentals are in tune here. Looking very confident when clipping, executing all the basic climbing techniques. His father's a really strong climber as well, so you can normally see that in some of these kids, that their parents are sort of climbers as well. It's something that's been ingrained in them for a long time. I'm pretty confident Silas will be able to move confidently through this cruxy, volume-heavy section, and then hopefully we see a bit more fight at the head wall like we've been waiting for. Arabella getting into this interesting little pocket section of the climb and slowly getting towards the next bit of fight.
Yeah, both athletes looking pretty chill. Silas is still, very much chilling out. I know he's fancies himself very much as a lead specialist, so he's really making the most of that endurance and taking his time. And getting that little rest in before the route starts to get steeper and the physicality of the climb really kicks in.
Lots of beautiful foot swapping from Silas here. He's really dialed in. He's not letting the weight come away from his feet. You'll notice a lot with people who aren't as confident foot swapping. Finds the heel, drops off the right, brings it back over to make this throw out to the right. Doing really well here, Silas.
Yeah, a little bit of fatigue. You know, that elbow is still pretty bent, but fast approaching Lucas Oranti's high point.
Locks that heel in, makes a big lunge.
And not quite enough, but still a great climb there from Silas. And we've got Arabelle approaching the end of the route and not quite enough there, but still fantastic climbing from her. I think that'll see her in a provisional second place.
Oh, it's been good seeing everyone getting to the higher parts of the wall, the crowd sort of warming up to these last exciting sections of the routes. We've got one more climber out for each of the categories, one from Queensland and one from New South Wales.
Just one more climber to go for each category before we're finished for the day.
But that's all our Vic athletes done now. We've got someone from Queensland for the females, and then...
Yeah, there you go. So that's our Victorian state champion will be Lucas Orantes, followed by Silas in a very, very close second place. And our Victorian champion for the women, Alyssa Molyneux. But we are still yet to decide our event winners. So
You better get the harness out and the shoes, Campbell, and top the yellow. I want to see someone at the top.
maybe another day. I think there's nothing more annoying than when someone you've just finished your competition, you've put in your best effort, and someone else is like, "Oh, watch me go." I'm like, nope. The competition route can live as a competition route for its time, and then
It
but maybe
needs
I'll
to
be
have the mystery still, doesn't
well,
it?
I mean, I think it's showing respect to the athletes. Like, they've climbed this under their competition conditions, and no one coming along and trying to upstage them. It's such a different environment to be competing with the pressure and with the qualifications yesterday and the isolation process. But it would be fun to give these routes a try. I think maybe on another day.
Especially as a seasoned professional like yourself.
I do think it would be a little bit rude of me to be like, watch this, children.
In a way, a little bit funny, but, we need a bit of that. We need a bit of healthy competition. So we're heading into it now. Hayley from Queensland has started. They've qualified in first place. Looking very cool, calm, and collected so far. And then we've got Jaden from New South Wales making their way up through the first couple of clips.
It's always interesting coming out as the last climber of the round. You don't get to see anybody, but you do hear the crowd, and you kind of get. It's really easy to develop your own opinion of what's happened throughout the event, and it's hard to go into the climb without some kind of preconceived idea of what it is that you have to do, or who might be winning, what you need to do to take the victory yourself. So it's always a mental challenge coming out as the final climber with all eyes on you.
No, definitely. I think you've articulated that really well. It's kind of maybe nicer to be in the middle and just got that bit of extra pressure if you're the first or you're the last out.
But nonetheless exciting. I mean, you want to have that pressure on the last athlete. They've qualified in first place. So it's kind of exciting to see them come out and then hopefully execute. The assumption is that they should do the best, and it's not always the case. But, yeah, a kind of healthy
That's it,
bit of-
yeah.
Oh, no.
And again, it was the same thing. We saw the final athlete comes out in early fall. So
I
we had
spoke
that in the
way too soon
under
there.
17 men as well. That's unfortunate. But congratulations to Lucas. He will maintain the top spot as our event winner.
Gosh, there was just a few occasions where the no-techs caught out a couple of athletes, and I spoke way too soon there. Made my assumption that qualifying in first place puts you in the best spot, but there was a lot of people in the mid part of the field there who got past that no-tech section and was cruxing out at the more volume-heavy section just to the bottom right that you can see on screen now. But anyway, we're back over to Haley now, who looking pretty strong, looking pretty confident up here. Elbows flaring a little bit. It'd be interesting to see how they climb this sequence coming through here. It almost looked like a bump move for me when I first read that, but we'll see.
Oh, and yeah, big time fatigue. Whether or not she's going to be able to get this clip in. But yeah, she saved some time compared to Laura. And scores a top. So
Wowee.
I think that will see her taking the top spot as our under 17 female winner.
Well, what an excellent display of climbing. Big shout out again to the route setters. You've put on a really exciting show for us as commentators and for all the other spectators taking a look around today. Thank you so much, Campbell, for being here today. I'm wondering if you have any kind of final reflections on what you've seen today. You know, where do youth climbers need to move towards in terms of, you know, perfecting this craft, and any other thoughts you might have?
I mean, yeah, thanks for having me. I've had a really good time here in the booth. It's been a lot of fun. I always love watching competitions, and I think there's so much to learn. I hope that, you know, athletes are happy with their performances, proud of their performances and everything that went into the event. But then, yeah, also, you know, if continuing to improve and better themselves as athletes is kind of their goal, then, you know, look back on the competition, reflect on the routes, analyze your own climbing, and see what it is that you need to work on, because there's always something to be improving on, and always something new to try and something new to gain. So yeah, just keep climbing, loving climbing, and yeah, do your best to have fun with it.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much, Campbell. I'll do one final round of shout-outs for our sponsors, and then we'll be all wrapped up. So, again, huge thank you to La Sportiva, who is the platinum sponsor for this event. We've got Bogong, Stacks Climbing, Happy Beaner, Climbing Anchors, Tension Grips, and Climbing Gems, who are on that event sponsor list. Media sponsors in Bird Dog, Atomos, and Netgear. Would not be possible if we didn't have all this incredible equipment to showcase the climbing out here today. So, huge thank you to them. SCV, you've done an incredible job putting on this event today. Special shout out to Alex Poborozowski, who I swear has not slept in the last 2 weeks trying to put this event on. And to everyone else, head judges, jury president, volunteers, you're all incredible. So yeah, look forward to the next event. Hopefully we can get back in the booth again together,
Yeah,
Campbell.
I hope so.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Hey, 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 hey. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Test 1, 2. Test 1, 2. Hey, hey, hey. 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 Hey, hey. Hey, yeah. Test 2, 2, 2. Hey, hey. Hey, yeah. Test 2, 2. Oh, fuck me. Hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, hey. Test 2, 2. Hey, test 2, 2. Hey, test 2.
The podiums are preset 7. You press 7. Podium's ready. I'm going to leave it on the ground now. And I'm still on Discord.
Hey, hey, hey. Hey, hey, yeah. Hey, hey, yeah. Hey, hey, yeah. Hey, hey. Hey, hey. Hey, yeah. Test 2, 2. Yes. Yep, getting there. Yeah. So I just gotta plug it in and then I'll be. No. It's in their system. Now it is. Hey. Hey, 1, 2, 2, 2, yeah. Hey, yeah. 1, 2, 2, 2, hey. Go for a walk.
Wait, what did you say? Okay. Is there an indication?
I just need to ring it out, so stand where you need to stand.
Apparently I'm testing this now. Okay. So this is, I can start speaking to this?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I got to print out
The appeals window is now closed.
Okay, tell me when it's official. Kick again, right? Andrew, I'll print out the.
Oh, the,
things for
yeah.
you.
Okay,
Just,
sure.
I'm doing that now.
Okay, yeah.
Does this work? Testing.
We're just testing microphones.
Stand close to me.
Okay.
Testing.
I have been told to keep talking. You will hear my voice. We're currently testing the microphone. Sorry if this is too loud. I've been told to talk, to test the microphone. This is the process of testing the microphone.
The appeals window has now closed. Results are final. Podium will begin shortly after 3 p.m.
I need to turn you up. You're very quiet. I'm not doing any more talking. It was calibrated to his volume.
Oh, okay, sure.
You're doing.
Okay. Right, 1 second. So you just turned it up a lot?
I turned it up for her, but I put it back.
Okay.
To what it was properly. Hold on. All right, talk.
Once again, testing. Can everyone in the front couple rows sit down? And can someone turn down my microphone a little bit? It's a tad loud. As long as everyone can see, that'll be fine. I love technology. Okay, this is wonderful. As long as everyone can see, that's the goal. Why is this being silly? Okie dokie. I think we are ready to start. First things first, we would like to thank the setters, the JP, and the HJ. Make all of this stuff possible. Obviously, you can see the lovely sets up there, and that's just all the setters. So the setters want to come, plus the HJ. James, the head judge, and his team. There we go. This is James. That's what James looks like, everybody. That's the rest. Russell, our head judge. There we go. Emma, our jury. And Alex, the head of the events team. Wonderful. Also, thank you to all of our sponsors. So La Sportiva has provided the prizes for the first place positions, and Happy Beaner and Climbing Anchors has provided second and third prizes. Climbing Gems. And also, thank you to the volunteers and the broadcast team and Cliffhanger and everyone else who's been associated who has made this competition possible. Now we're doing podiums. Okay, so we're going to start with the competition podium. This is going to be for the under 15 females. For the third position for the comp ranking, it's Lily from Tasmania. And this is Stuart providing the things. For second position for the competition podium is Marley. Does anybody see Marley? They're coming. Okay. And in first position It's Danny from Victoria. And now we are going to our Victoria podium. In third position, Sydney. Second place, Marley. First is Danny. Now for our under 15 male podium, this is going to be our Victoria podium because everyone is from Victoria. Let's go. In third position is Mark. Second is Ben. And our winner for the under 15 male podium is Joshwin. And now we'll do the under 17 female competition podium. In third place, Arabelle from the ACT. In second place, from South Australia, Laura. And our winner for the under 17 female competition podium, all the way from Queensland, is Hayley. Now for our Victorian podium for the under 17 female. In third position is Penelope. Second position, Lucy. And our winner for the Victorian under 17 female podium is Alyssa. Now for the under-17 male competition podium. In third position, from Queensland, it's Ethan. For second position, all the way from New South Wales, it's Bryson. And our winner for the under-17 male competition podium from Queensland is Jack. Now for our Victorian podium for the under-17 males. In third position, it's Nick. In second place, it's Lucas. And our winner for the under-17 male Victorian podium, Elliot. Now for the under-19 female Victorian podium. In third position is Michelle. In second position is Vass. And our winner for the under-19 female podium is Jamie. And for our final podium of the day, it's the under-19 male category. In third position is Mitch. In second place, it's Silas. And our winner for the under 19 male category is Lucas. And one final thank you to everybody who attended, the volunteers, the parents, the people who watched, and everyone who sat, as we did earlier, everyone from Sports Climbing Victoria, a massive thank you. So thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And special considerations are now open. We're good now. You can go.